Testing, testing. Yep, that's working. And then, what's all this other shit? Don't need this. Gonna need that. Don't need this anymore. Man, who the fucking boys are inside the shops? Shit. Fuck. Inside the shops. Oh, fucking true. What's going on, vegan? What's going on, Stardust? Just doing a little bit of stuff on Nino Cooney before we actually get started.
Yo, Jay.
What's up?
Yo, it's been a while since I've done a podcast with you, bro.
What's going on, man?
What's up?
Not much. We're gonna cover this news for an hour and then see what Ubisoft is doing.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm gonna be on here with you today because I've been busy, so I haven't been around on the podcast. I seen you stream. I miss yours, Sick Humors. Like I miss fucking bad
Yeah.
streams.
You missed that good one yesterday.
What time was it?
King Thrash. I forgot what
Oh
time.
no! I was there.
You made
I
that
just didn't
one?
get on.
Okay.
No. I'm going for a job, right? And another job, and it requires a lot of fucking time. So during the week, I can't really be nothing because it'd be from I'll be out from 5, and I have to travel, and it's from 8 to 4:30.
Damn.
So I'm not able to really do it. But I made the one with Thrash when they had the nigga on damage controlling.
That shit
I
was
didn't get on.
crazy.
I didn't get on a voice chat because look how much fucking people you had.
Yeah, I
Yo,
know.
it was
There was
15
people I never even knew was there. Oh, okay. There's another one of these stinky ass kids. God damn it. All of you fucking kids hurt yourself. I got 2 minutes until showtime. Okay. Should be able to find the last two. There's no way any of these idiotic kids are around here. No, they're not over here. Okay. One was in a shop, one was hiding up there, which was pretty obvious. So the other one has to be... They're brothers, so...
You get me?
No way. Yeah, I can hear you. No
Okay,
way.
I just realized my shit just got muted, bro, and I ain't even press it. So you remember that I was saying to you, do you remember when they was saying PlayStation 5 has Zen 3 shit in it?
Yeah.
Now they're talking about PS5 have 2 CPUs. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And they saying the PS5, the Tempest engine gonna help free up the CPU, and there's a way for the PS5 to be faster than the Xbox Series X CPU, even running at megahertz slow. I'm like, what? But I actually can see that happening. The PS5 matching.
I think the speed is all in the PS5. I can't say the same thing for Xbox.
Now stopped saying the world's most powerful console.
Yeah.
I see why they stopped saying it now, because at this point, like console and their results is going to be identical across multiplex.
I
And
found the last kid.
I think Microsoft knows now that the PS5 is not as weak as people think.
Exactly. I
Even though
mean, but this is the thing. Weakness in our eyes, in the casual eyes, when we just looking at a game, would be the graphics, would be how it looks, how the game is, you know? In terms of weakness, just weak, is Xbox. Xbox is a weak ass platform right now. You're not getting like any of the caliber of games or the quality of games you've ever got. Guys, it's time for the Sunday show. Let me go swap to the slideshow. But you're not getting those caliber of games on Xbox, and I want them to be competitive, but it just doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. You know, I want it to, but just because I want it doesn't mean it's gonna happen. Microsoft
just
himself has
it
to,
might.
huh?
I think it can possibly
I
might
think
happen.
it can, but I just don't think the
But
majority of the time they're gonna be spitting out exclusive month after month. You might have a couple hits a year, maybe one or two. Let's say this year, right? This year Forza and Halo come out. Those are hits, but that's at the end of the fucking year. You
yeah, like
know?
what they have now, because they was talking about Xbox 2019 was better than PlayStation's.
What did they have?
Um, they had Gears 5 and something else. They had in the beginning. They were saying because Days Gone was rated low, Death Stranding was rated low. It's like I don't think it's bad. Like Xbox, I just think their consistency cannot be. It's not going to be consistent as people think. They're going to have one big game and then a bunch of little games. I don't think that's good because I think right now, remember people be like PlayStation always have a week lineup at launch. Um, I think Sony is starting to correct all of that shit to the point where Sony is going to have games all the time, whether it's first party or second party. Because from what Jim Ryan said, he was like, most of the time we won't own the studio, but we'll own the games, and they're like a studio, like a first party, but we don't own them.
Hmm.
So I think they're in a contract like that. So yeah, I think
Yeah, it's
Xbox
it's
can be
kind of like
competitive.
Insomniac and even Sucker Punch before they got acquired, and even Media Molecule. You know, Little
Right,
Bit like they didn't own Media Molecule when Little Big Planet was put on the PS4, the first one. You know,
right. So
so you know if these developers prove themselves like they can a game, which I really believe is gonna prove itself. Once that game proves itself, they might go out and buy them motherfuckers up. You know, I mean they could. They have the option to do so.
I think so, but I just hope they do it on a more consistent basis and not just one time only.
Yeah, yeah, I think that the consistency is truly key for Xbox. Um,
Also, that CPU thing with Zen 3, I think that's real. But like they have features from yeah, it won't use that
so
much.
who is supposed to be having Zen 3
The
features? Oh,
PS5
oh, okay.
too, and I can believe that now based off how they say like how they organize the cache, the GPU, the cache rubbers, all that, the L3 cache being unified. If that's the case, then your CPU won't be under duress like you may think. In Smart Shift, that means that if you need extra help, the Tempest engine is going to help. And since the CPU won't need as much help, the GPU will run like it normally would. So I think when Mark Cerny said that they were running at their max capacity most of the time, I see what he's saying now because when devs are coming out and they saying like the one CCX and that CPU in the PS5, I'm like, oh, okay, so that's how they set it up. So basically, Sony designed the console that looks weak but performs higher than it can. So basically, they made like on Android phones have
Mm.
like high ass iPhones outperform them. It's like that in a way. Like the PS5 is going to be basically on par with the X in most cases.
Mhm.
They might be better on Xbox, which should be a
But
given
that's
because
why Phil Spencer came out this week and said what he said. He doesn't want developers to take advantage of that aspect of the PS5 that will have it on par, or if developers know how to use it, majority of the time perform better than the Series X. They don't Phil and the rest of the Xbox executives, they don't want devs going down that path. They don't want them to take advantage of the PS5. Because if they do, then that will show the bottlenecks and the weakness of Xbox Series X, and they don't want that shit to be exposed yet.
That memory split, the setup they have, I don't like. For 10 gigabytes of 560, I'm like, they're not going to use that most of the time. They're going to use probably like probably 512, because that's usually the basis like on PC as well. Like when you have a card, if it could go above that, it's usually 512, right? So I think instructions per clock, I think the PS5 will match in multiplats like 120 frames per second. Any game that does that, a multiplat box will happen on the PlayStation 5 as well. And I know they hate to say it and admit it, but I think that first party wise, the Xbox might have more 120 frames games because they have shooters and basically shit. I think that's possible, but I think we're gonna have another generation, and this will be the third generation in a row, where both a PlayStation and an Xbox console produce the same exact results again and again and again. They just might have better ray tracing on Xbox. Keyword might, because remember, the PS5 produced faster rays. Like rays would be processed faster, but the Xbox, has 52 CUs. They have everything to hold it, the RAM and everything, and the bandwidth. So yeah, I think you might see the same
That's
shit.
what a lot of people have been saying, and it's true. Microsoft believes that they can go into this generation full power and it'll compensate for everything else. But there's some things that power just can't compensate for. I mean, they don't want to admit it, obviously, this early before the generation even starts. But that's what it seems like. They believe that if they put a whole bunch of fucking teraflops in there and the CUs, that everything else will work fine. Hey, man.
Hey, do you remember when I was in your chat and I was saying that, or Craig chat said when I said the PS5 has 5 to 8 engines built inside of it, right?
Yeah.
And the Tempest engine, and they have decompression. They have 3 engines for decompression. That makes it still faster than the Xbox Series X. Because they have BC pack, which is faster than Kraken. It is, but they also have auto compression. Xbox supports it, but they have it because they velocity architecture.
Mm-hmm.
They have another decompression block built into the I/O setup. Due to the clock speed, the PS5 is going to break down shit faster. It's going to process shit faster. So basically, the console, that's why I see why he said it'd be at its peak. Because to be honest with you, they won't need to that much of it most of the time, because most games will look the same as this gen, just with frame rates. When they start making games for PS5, like just PS5, I think you're going to start seeing multi-plat games be 60 frames per second more often on PS5 and even on Xbox. And
it's like the Kenna game, right? The Kenna game, everybody's sitting around. Yeah.
They said it's 30 frames per second.
Yeah, they're sitting around saying 30 frames because the trailer was that.
I don't believe that, bro.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah. I do not for 1 second believe Kenna is going to only have a 30 frames per second forced option. I don't believe that. But that's what I believe Sony is holding this ace, and they're waiting to fucking use this card because so many people are saying stupid shit. It's kind of like what happened with the last one. Everybody thought the story was one way until you actually watch somebody play the fucking story. Outside of the leaks, if you watch somebody play the story, you figured out it was a little bit different. Everybody thought Abby was the villain. They thought that she was the evil person. Then you found out it was Joel, and towards the end, you found out it was pretty much Ellie. Ellie was worse than fucking Abby.
Right.
And
I think Sony, they backwards compatibility shit too. That new patent, that patent is not new. The patent that they have for that cloud is from 2012, May 2012. If you know, like I do, that's when the first specs of the PS4 came out. and the Rango, which is the Xbox One. So if you look, if shit lines up, you see Sony been working on backwards compatibility, the virtual console, like how the Switch has and the Wii did. I mean, the Wii U did. I think Sony's and Microsoft are trying to build a console where you don't have the discs and download.
Obviously, I mean that's well as of right now, visual. We have a visual on the console that doesn't have a disc drive. Now, as far as Xbox, we only have the current generation console that was built like that. We would only expect that they show a digital only unit. What's weird about that is that Sony showed their the 4K Blu-ray disc unit as well as the digital only unit at the same exact time. Microsoft only showed us the disc-based unit in what December of last year. I'm really confused that as much as they seem to have been forcing digital upon people with Game Pass, they haven't actually showed their digital unit. They talked about Lockhart or they whispered about Lockhart, but besides that, I haven't really saw anything. So even if they started something this generation with a digital only console, Sony is still gonna get all the praise for actually having a digital only next gen console and giving you an option at the same exact time. Same thing with that happened with Kinect. They forced Kinect on their gamers. Sony gave you the option. The camera's there day one. If you want to buy it, it's up to you. If you don't, that's cool. But later on, people that had the camera, they figured out, guess what? There was a reason for the camera the whole fucking time, and that was the VR. So if you got the camera, you got a pretty essential portion of, a pretty essential part of the VR setup, which was the camera. You could play it with your controller, so basically you just need to buy the VR headset. So again, I think Sony is always going to be future-proof, or 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of Xbox, maybe even Nintendo sometimes. Oh my goodness. Sam, are you there?
Huh?
Oh, I think Sam's at work. But yeah, I think they're gonna be ahead. I think they're gonna be ahead, and I think
Oh,
it's cool that Microsoft,
who gonna
you
be
know,
ahead? Sony?
yeah, because remember they always have a future proof. I was just talking about the camera, how
Oh yeah.
they didn't force you to buy the camera, but if you did, you found out what it was used for later on down the line with the VR headset.
Yeah.
So it's like Microsoft forced you to buy the Kinect, but it's not being used for shit now. You see
Nope.
what I'm saying? It
Yep.
it might have been used for a few things in the beginning, but now it's a waste of fucking money or a waste of space if you have it.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You know when people talk about PS5 won't have the high frame rates and all that, like the Xbox Series X one, did they
Yeah, I
forget
hear that.
Sony has PSVR?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't talk about that. I've talked about that many times. That as far as the backwards compatibility with the PS4, obviously you gotta take into account the VR headset and how the backwards compatibility is gonna work for there. How will the PS5 amplify um, the games for the PSVR? Will they start having higher resolution? Will they have a higher
Yes.
frame rate?
Yes.
Um, yeah, I
That'll be
know,
like
but I'm
90.
just saying
That'll
that
be like
these
90
are
frames.
questions that most people don't ask because they're not worried. They're worrying about backwards compatibility in the terms of PS4, 3, PS2, and 1. I think that people should also. I mean, this is just me. I wouldn't mind if PlayStation goes farther than that and have PS Vita and PSP backwards compatibility. I mean, just to stick a middle finger in Microsoft's face because they have more generations at their disposal than Microsoft.
Uh-huh.
Um, I mean, if they really wanted to embarrass everybody, they could. They could embarrass the shit out of everybody with backwards compatibility on that level, which is something I don't believe they can't do. Because when I got the Vita, the majority of the PSP games were ready for backwards compatibility via digital
Uh-huh.
download on the PlayStation Store. I downloaded Monster Hunter Unite that was only on a PSP. It was a digital version. I downloaded that. You had other games like Mega Man, Maverick Hunter, you know, tons of other like what was it Persona 3. A lot of people don't know Persona 3, which is a very good Persona game. That's the first good one out of 1 and 2. That came out on a PSP, and you could download and play it on a PS Vita. It didn't have trophy support, but you could still play it. You know.
Oh, speaking of that, with the emulation Sony has done, I noticed they want to bring trophy support.
You breaking up?
I said, I noticed that Sony wants to bring trophy support to old games, it seems, so they can make them feel modern. So I could believe that the cloud shit, PS1, 2, and 3.
Oh,
I
definitely.
can see that happening, but trophy support, I think.
I mean, do you remember when they acquired Gaikai and so many people didn't really know what the fuck was Sony was doing?
Yeah.
But then many years later, we saw a game. What is it? PlayStation Now, and then 3 years after PlayStation Now, look at how it is now, where they give you the ability to download PS2 and PS4 games. You can't download PS3 games to your hard drive. If they had PS1 games, obviously they would be downloadable. Because you can do that, there's one test that I found out this week. Because you can download PS2 games and obviously PS4, you can use the capture feature, so you can capture screenshots, videos, and you can live stream if you have PS2 games that you downloaded to your hard drive from PlayStation Now. So I mean, they're on to something, and I hope people don't think, hey, they're doing this shit next gen. No, they started this gen. You know, the whole library of PS4 games on PlayStation Now are all downloadable. You can download them to your hard drive, and you can play them without needing to be connected.
What about PS3 download? PS5. That's something I can see.
That's something I definitely can see. It's been. I guess it was difficult because of the cell processor, but if they found a good way to emulate that on a PS5 or emulate that with the evolution of PlayStation Now, I could see that shit being very easy. And after you do that, if once you do that generation, it doesn't even matter. Everything else is good because you already you're good with the PS4, PS1, and 2. PS3 was the generation that it seemed to be hard to get backwards compatibility to work.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that because cell processor.
You breaking up a lot.
I said that's interesting you say this because the cell processor is not x86 64 architecture, right? But you said find a good way to emulate that. The Tempest engine is the fucking cell processor.
Okay. And yes, I've been hearing that a lot.
It's just 86 now.
Exactly.
They converted that.
And somebody said that either, I think it was on Six Stream. I think it was on Six Humor Stream. Someone said that. And it was you. Yeah. This week.
Oh, no, not this week.
Okay.
It was a while ago I said that, though.
I know you said it before, but somebody said it recently. It was this week on his live stream. And, you know, a lot of people don't want to hear that because we all know the stories about, you know, the cell processor being hard to develop for, shit like that. But long story short, I look at it that way too because you're given, you know, you're offloading different workloads to this and that. And it's similar to what happened with the cell processor. But I don't know. I don't know how to explain this stuff because I'm not a professional when it comes to the cell. But whatever they did with it, it wasn't the best that they could do. And it wasn't good for developers that weren't ready to expand their knowledge on the cell. But now you have
games only for PS3 instead of mobile.
Exactly. Now you have the PS4 that had similar architecture to PC, but you know they had their secret sauce. You got the PS5, similar thing. To get all the way back to the level of the cell, which now people, whether they know it or not, probably could develop a lot of games for, because they've learned all of this stuff on the way. And it's like, hey, you know, I don't like the cell, but after one generation, yeah, I still don't like the cell. Then the PS5, well, you're using the cell and you're claiming it as, you know, an evolution of the cell, and you're claiming it as the best thing that you ever fucking dealt with. You know, I just think it's funny. I'm not saying that it's the exact same thing as the cell, okay, people? I'm just saying
It
I
is,
believe it is an evolution of what the cell was, and
bro.
it's a little bit more simpler for these devs.
The Tempest engine is basically the cell processor convert 6.
Wait up. Okay, you said the Tempest engine is a cell processor
Is
engine.
basic. That's basically the cell SPU architecture. It's basically like, okay, you Jaguar does them, but they kind of like down, so they
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
capable of GPU tasks.
I'm gonna tell
10%.
you one thing, man. If all that you're saying is 100% true, and I do believe a lot
That's what
of the stuff,
Marquis said.
but once we see it in action, it's gonna be it's gonna be a mind blown moment for a lot of the haters because
Yes, there's an
the
SPU
P
basically. Yes, that's correct. Yeah,
yeah, the PS3 being backwards compatibility is the last piece of the puzzle of
and if
having
it
a
is,
better backwards compatibility platform to brag about compared to Microsoft. You make that generation backwards compatibility. You find a way to emulate that successfully on a PS5. You won the generation just with just that one section. You know, the design of the console, the price of the console, the other features of the console, the exclusives. You know, those are all different elements that would allow a consumer to go out and pick this one system over another system and announce definitively, you know, hey, this shit's the better system. But
well, it's a better system
backwards
regardless game
compatibility,
wise.
bro, that's crazy. You already know that it's definitely an easy way to get the PSP and Vita games to run. We already know that. The PS4 was sorry, the PS3 is just the only one that was difficult. You know, but what is so crazy that people don't understand? Second to the library of PS4 games on PlayStation Now, the largest library on PlayStation Now is PS3. Huge library available. Tons of games. So they found a way to emulate it, but not a way to allow, or the system wasn't good enough or powerful enough to allow us to download those PS3 games straight to the hard drive and have them run using all the additional features like screenshots, video recording, live streaming. It wasn't the PS4 might not be good enough or compatible enough for the PS3's architecture, but like
Jaguar can run so,
but the PS5 will be.
bro.
I
If the
just think
PS,
they haven't talked about backwards compatibility the way that I know they should because there's another aspect. It's not just the PS4. I definitely believe there's more generations. They just are waiting. That's a mic drop moment.
they kept saying generations of PlayStation, and it's not the last year. Why in the
You breaking up again?
carrying? He was talking carrying the generations of PlayStation. They kept saying generation. They keep. Hey,
Hey, bro, you might have to leave and come back because when you
all
talk
right,
for a long time, you break up.
all right. Let me do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's more to this backwards compatibility thing than most people think. And Sony ain't cocky, bro, and you know how they are. They got a lot of other stuff that they're doing right now, and if they don't feel like talking about it, they don't have to. They could talk about it whenever the fuck they want.
What are they talking about, JayTech?
No, I'm just thinking that they have not talked about other generations of backwards compatibilities or other methods they're going to use on the PS5 to allow us to play other generations of games. They haven't talked about the evolution of what PlayStation Now will bring to the PS5. There are things they haven't talked about, but I know it's gonna be incorporated into the PS5, and I just think they're waiting. They're waiting for Microsoft to gas themselves out. This August event I'm sorry, this July event is supposed to be the nail in the coffin for the PlayStation, and I think that after that, it's kind of like PlayStation just parried Xbox, and they're wide open for a game over type of attack, which I believe we're gonna get in August. I think that if Sony really wanted to, they could shit on them right now in this month, but you know, any little thing that Sony does pretty much kills Xbox. The box art alone shitted on the numbers that we saw from, what was it, the announcement that they were going to have their game event? Yeah, it shitted all over those numbers. Fucking crazy.
How could people get hyped for the box art?
That's what I'm saying.
Got a lot of frauds in this community.
Hey,
George's getting upset.
Cut that shit out. Yeah, it's really
like, how do you look crazy. At the box art? Are they like licking the picture? What's the appeal?
I don't know, but people looked at the box art from what I'm hearing, and we got more. There was more engagement.
Digital anyway, you morons. Who cares?
Yeah, there was more engagement for the box art than it was for their announcement of their July event. Their confirmation of the date for the July event, which is, again, everybody's waiting for it. Even I'm waiting for it. We're going to cover it here at the PlayStation Legion. We're going to cover that shit. Oh, that's a lot.
What do you think of what Phil Spencer said?
I think he's scared.
It is direct contradiction to gamers or something. Like, he went off, right? From what I heard, anyway.
He went off. And I think I just think he's very, very fucking scared. Yeah, I think he's fucking scared.
By his logic, shouldn't they still be making games for the original Xbox then? When they came out, you know, the one on PS2.
I agree, but he doesn't care about him. He's taking great aim at PlayStation. And anybody with a brain can tell you that he was attacking PlayStation. He's not attacking himself. Even though he's a walking contradiction at this point, he doesn't care. He's just making sure people know that we don't want you to develop games using the technology of the PS5 because we will have a disadvantage on our system. And he knows that shit.
Jim Ryan needs to clap back.
Jim Ryan definitely needs to clap back. I don't know when he was going to clap back. I mean, it's easy though, man. Like, I don't think PlayStation needs to parry Xbox at all. Nothing they've done has put a dent in PlayStation's PS5, you know, what is it, rollout. The little rollout map pack, whatever that shit is. Yeah, so I want to put some more images up here, so hold on. For the slideshow. Yeah, I just don't think anything Xbox has done, I just don't think it has landed any hit. I think everything they've done so far has just been a failure. And that, look, that's just me. Everybody else, you know, if you feel that Microsoft has done some things that maybe one aspect of something, I don't see it though. That's just me. Do you think they did anything good over the last couple of years to kind of like shut Sony up for a whole year? Sam?
No.
No? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's been like almost 10 years. I can't think of anything, really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I guess the Azure partnership, but Sony makes money on every Blu-ray that sells on Xbox, so it kind of goes both ways.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know how the deal is with 4K. Who made their 4K Blu-ray for Xbox?
That's all Sony, isn't it, in terms of Blu-ray?
Sony, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought so. Yeah, bro, I mean, just in the eyes of the gamers, we know Xbox has been on a losing streak since 2013. I mean, look.
I think they're going to have
what you say?
They should have a good 23rd, man. I'd be pretty surprised if it wasn't
I want
at least,
them
like,
to. I think Halo is going to be very powerful. I think they're going to strike gold with that. I think they can definitely do some shit on the 23rd. Yeah, I think they can do some shit on the 23rd. It'd be stupid if they couldn't. I mean, it's your fucking day. Unless, you know, somebody gets killed or shoots up a building or something that takes away from the news cycle, you know, I think that they're definitely all right. They can do that.
I mean, nothing's really trending. What's trending? Like the lady from Glee that's missing. That's it.
Yeah, she's definitely dead.
Yeah, she drowned someone.
Yeah, she's fucking dead. There's no way she fucking. This is the same shit that happened. Exact same shit that happened to the wrestler. You remember that? The wrestler went out swimming with the kid, and the kid came back, but he didn't.
Which guy was this?
This is a black wrestler. He was his name was I forgot what his name was, but he was a part of this tag team group called Crime Time. It's pretty fucking sad. Yeah.
I guess they end up getting cramps. I don't know why these people just drown like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've been on this break away from your average life for a fucking long time, and
Jay.
Yeah, what's up?
Shad Gaspard is his name.
Who?
The one who died, Crime Tom who drowned?
Yeah, what's his name?
Shad Gaspard.
Yeah, Shad Gaspard. He was in the Birds of Prey movie. Yeah, he was on the rise. He was you know, trying to do some shit. Pretty sad. Always pretty sad when you lose somebody that was, like, you know, doing some good shit.
I just want to, when I read the story, I'm like, why is she out there just with the kid? She has all this money. Why don't you at least have a bodyguard or a friend or something?
Oh shit.
I don't know.
She had just posted a week before on her Instagram saying, like, life is short. I'm like, yo, that's, if you act kind of reckless like that with a kid on board, I mean, that's how you make it short.
Oh, I agree, man, but
she wasn't even wearing a life vest. They found the life vest on the boat.
That's celebrities for you, man. They do what they do, and it's rated R most of the time. You know, not rated R, but you know. Okay, guys, got the slideshow up, all the logos, shit like that. We got topics. I just want to cover this one. We got about 30 minutes until what is it? Xbots are still delusional idiots. So I wanted to cover that before we...
What they do now?
Well, I mean, the blind loyalty of Phil Spencer has really outshined their blind loyalty of Xbox at all. It's like, whatever Phil Spencer says, even though it contradicts what you like about Xbox, you're going to believe it. And you're gonna regurgitate that. Like the guy yesterday in King Thrash's stream, he's talking about, you know, why are you guys trying to, what is it, divide gamers, you know, or, you know, have division in the gaming or whatever. It's like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Then we asked him, okay, well, why isn't Halo and Gears on PlayStation? And he couldn't fucking answer that shit. You know, exclusives are there to sell the system. And when you have a new system, you make something exclusive to it to sell it. That's just how it is.
Remember that rumor that they were trying to put it on PlayStation?
Yeah,
Halo?
Yeah, Gears.
Oh no, Gears they probably wanted to put it on PlayStation.
Yeah, before Microsoft acquired the rights. But going into this gen, they wanted to put it on.
Gears was supposed to be. Epic went to PlayStation first, and I don't know why Sony turned down Gears. I have no idea, but I think that was the stupidest idea because they gave Microsoft a killer app, basically for that. Right, and then they have Resistance too. So I think.
I mean, I love the fact that they did not take Gears, because even though it was their killer app, and it could have ended the generation last gen, but for whatever reason they had that. They had Halo. They had tons, I mean tons of third-party contracts that are not like the ones we got now, which are 6 months to 9 months or even 12. These motherfucking contracts were years, bro. Like, we just now got Dead Rising on PlayStation this gen. Mass Effect was exclusive to Xbox, and I'm talking about the first one for the whole generation, basically, until that collection came out. I mean, they had their foot on the industry, Xbox, and they still lost. So, I mean, if they didn't have Gears, yeah, you're right. PlayStation would have made a legitimate comeback earlier, but it still was inevitable that they were going to make a comeback. They had the one thing Microsoft doesn't have when it comes to gaming is drive. The drive of competition. They believe that
actual effort.
That too. They believe they can kick your ass in the first 3 years, but if they can't, they fucking give up. And when it looks like they kick your ass in the first 3 years, that's when they also give up.
I'm still trying to figure out where Battletoads is, man.
I saw that it got rated in another country this week.
But why isn't he updating on this game that was supposed to come out last year? There's no reason to be quiet about it.
Bro, Battletoads is battling for life, bro. Like, that shit is bad.
That dumbass said he's all about transparency, and every time I ask him on Twitter, he doesn't answer shit.
Who? Phil?
Talking about Phil Spencer, yeah.
Phil Spencer.
Like, where's Battletoads? Where's the update? We're supposed to get that last year.
I don't think he knows, like, really, like, because remember, that was one of the things they had at the E3 2018 thing, and they said it will come out, coming soon, and then they said 2019, Aaron Greenberg said it, but Phil never did. And then I noticed Gears came out. I didn't see Battletoads, because I was teasing Fedor about it. And I'm like, okay, then you saw the news, they said Banjo was coming to Smash, I think, or something like that, late last year. And then people was in the uproar, like, why didn't you bring this back and everything?
All I'm going to say, bro, there was a lot of hype around that before it was confirmed, and a lot of people, even though they were going into that Smash Brothers event, a lot of people didn't even think they were going to get Banjo. They wanted it, but they had no idea they were actually going to get it. That's what made that whole event, that whole moment so magical. I watched that shit probably over 10 times. The enthusiasm, bro, the hype behind them actually getting Banjo, that trailer. Microsoft can never recapture that type of presentation of a character that you haven't saw for a long time. Remember how PlayStation did it with Crash Bandicoot? Yeah, bro. Nintendo used your own character that you fucking owned, right? And made him look better than you ever can.
Well,
and he's just a DLC character. He's not even.
Jay, then again, remember, he was always like Rare was once with Nintendo.
I know, but I'm just saying, bro. Microsoft had the rights for almost 10 years, over 10 years. I mean, what the fuck? You saw what Sony made happen with Activision, but you own the character and you own the studio that made the character. You mean to tell me you're not thinking about doing a remake to the first one?
No, because they don't think it will sell.
It doesn't matter, bro. It brings hype. It brings hype to your console.
But they did a test with the platform. I don't know if you know the Super Lucky Sale. They tried to do a little test with that to see if platforms would take off. And they didn't do so well. So I don't think Microsoft are going to bring...
that shit did look like it was made for babies.
It was.
So it was not going to take off.
Sony bought back Crash. Sony bought back Crash because, one, they had to at this point because you didn't have... Crash last gen was associated with Xbox 360, which was weird to me because... when he went to GameCube and all them other games, the Game Boys and all of that, I was like, wait, Nintendo will Crash? I'm like, it just seemed wrong. When Sony bought Crash, I was like, he coming back home, even though he's on multiple platforms.
Yeah, the following year,
is, as we all know, Crash Bandicoot is synonymous with PlayStation.
The good ones.
Yeah, the good ones.
No, Liddy, him in general, the first three always are the best games.
Exactly.
You know, Twinsanity wasn't so bad, but Crash in general was associated with PlayStation. So I think with Banjo, they're not going to bring it back because they don't see it being a seller. They would put it in Game Pass and it would get buried, like Ashen did. So I don't think they're going to bring it back. I think they're going to start licensing out their IPs. I think Microsoft might do that.
And look, I'm not against that, right? But
that's their shit.
Yeah, look, hear me out. I'm not against that because they're already going down that route of being Sega. And look, all I'm saying is, if you're gonna do that, what's the point of you even having a console? Just do what Sega would do. Get out of the console race. Make your games on everybody's platform. Maybe you feel you can make more money. Maybe you put Game Pass on all systems. Tencent just acquired that one studio we thought Sony was gonna acquire, or that one company or whatever. They got a lot of money. Adam was bringing this up maybe Tencent will make a new console and it'll be a real, real challenge for Sony and Nintendo. But right now, as far as the big three console makers, Xbox is a fucking joke. It's just a fucking joke, bro. I don't know how to explain that better to anybody else. Like, they're not trying at all. They're not even playing in the same fucking area as Sony right now.
They're making almost the same as much as Nintendo on a yearly basis, which is hilarious to me. But it's smart.
Microsoft?
They know how to make money, yeah. They only made $1 billion less some last year.
Sony, last year, Nintendo made what, $11 billion? 9, right? 9 or 11.
Yeah.
Microsoft made that without help. Sony made what, 18? Because they had, they sell more accessories, so Sony counts that as well, physical. But PSN made more than that.
Huh?
Like, I was like, damn. Like, PlayStation Network made Sony 14.6 billion last year, and physical went down to like, let me see if I found it. 12.7. Now, before, remember, at one point, digital was 12.8 that one time in 2018, and the physical was 10. So you've seen a change in digital. Like, Sony make a lot of money. And people think Sony is broke, really, because Nintendo is worth over $1 trillion. Sony has money. I think people fail to realize, how the fuck y'all think
They're the richest company in Japan, aren't they?
That's correct. Nintendo has the share because, they're beloved, but money, I don't wait.
Right.
Are they? They should be, actually, at this point. The Toshiba and all of them are not. And the car companies, yeah, I think Sony is. But yeah, Sony also holds most of Nintendo finances in Japan because it's in a Sony bank, Nintendo finances, so they do business together. But yeah, I was saying, what I wanted to say basically is, I think Microsoft should not go the way of Sega. If they do, they should have been did that. Right now, there shouldn't be no Xbox Series X. They keep making more hardware just for bragging rights, but then they're not taking advantage of the hardware. And then they wonder why people don't go get the Xbox. Like, take advantage of your shit. The No Left Behind, all of that is irrelevant, bro. Because when people behind, it's for a reason. That Gamer Left Behind bullshit, how? When you have this thing, you have Game Pass. You're not leaving nobody behind. You have a service where they can carry over everything. You have Xbox Live, Game Pass, and xCloud coming. So nobody's left behind. Their library is going over. So I'm not seeing why they're not just making games straight for Xbox Series X. I guess.
Yeah, look, I'll break it down to you. This is why they're doing what they're doing. And a lot of people, again, they think I'm crazy. They think I'm a little paranoid with this. The port begging thing, it all goes back to port begging. When you listen to the idiots in the comment section, and as a developer, as a manufacturer, and you start to believe that what they're saying is right, you start to regurgitate that shit, and you change that as your business model. This no gamer left behind, this anti-consumer and pro-consumer talk, I first heard this coming from the PC community. I've never ever heard this type of shit coming from a consumer, from a gamer. Compared to any other generation, only this gen, I've heard this dumb shit. And for Phil Spencer to start adopting that, it is not good for the Xbox community. It's not good. But in a way, maybe it is good. Because people tell me all the time that Xbox is a PC company. So maybe this is what they want.
It is. I don't know if you know the name Xbox, Direct Xbox. So it is PC company.
Yeah. So maybe, they got their games on PC. They're adopting this type of mentality from the PC gaming community. And maybe they think that what they're doing is righteous. But
I don't think they're delusional, though.
I don't think they're delusional. But it's like,
I think they don't know what to do because they always told what to do.
But I'm just saying, when you're saying, hey, no gamer left behind is pro-consumer and that's going to make people like you, is it? The majority of the gamers, is it going to make them go out and buy a Series X because they're saying no gamer left behind?
Wait a minute. So if that was the case, then hardware-wise, you would keep the specs the same because when you make a new console, then the specs would stay the same because you don't want nobody to have a better experience than the others. You also made a mid-gen console refresh, if I'm not mistaken, which has better specs than the Xbox One and Xbox One X. You left people behind already.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get that because when from the Xbox to the Xbox 360, I'm sure it was more powerful. It was more games on there that wasn't on the original Xbox. So that mentality they talking about now, no gamer left behind, that's bullshit because you've always done that. Even like when Xbox Ones came out, was Forza 5 on the 360? Was there Resident 3? Was Rise? Rise was on PC, not Xbox 360. Tomb Raider was on Xbox 360 and PC, I get it. But they've always left people behind. So what's changing now? Because they got the history of that. So when they're trying to switch up and make it like Sony is being a bad guy, how? You're asking people to spend money for a new console, and you're not going to give them a reason for it to be only on that console. So if that's the point, what's the point of them upgrading?
There you
If you
go.
can play it, oh, you get a better experience. How? I still have the game. Like
There's
most, like it makes no sense to me because everything they say, any type of excuse they give, I could destroy every argument you use. Like you don't see PS4 games on PS3. Like you seen The Last of Us, but that's a PS3 game on PS4. You need to see Sony go backwards. I don't get what's up with Microsoft. Like they really scared to have their own identity. Like, what's up with them?
I don't if they are scared, I don't know how they're thinking about it, but if they are scared to have their own identity, to have their own exclusives, right? It will only be because the Xbox community told them with their wallets in the first 3 years that we don't like any of the shit you're bringing out. We don't like any of it. The sales for Halo 4,
Uh,
Halo 5 was lower than Halo 4 and Halo 3. Gears
uh,
5 lower than Gears 3 and 4. I mean, everything they continued to bring out that was supposed to be top tier in their book, it was lower than the previous version.
and who
And
fault
then
is that?
I don't know. Maybe it's their
See,
fault. Maybe it's
you
their
see,
fault.
I think that's what Microsoft is thinking. Like, who fault is it?
Is it
Because I'm
our
not gonna
Is it
blame.
our fault
I'm
or
not
is
gonna
it the
blame
gamers'
Microsoft,
fault? Are they changing or like
bro.
maybe they don't know?
See. There you go, right there. I think Microsoft. We can't keep blaming them because at the point we are the business, right? You don't talk. You can't talk to everybody individually, one by one, because there's millions of gamers. When people say broke with your wallets and speak with your wallets, they kept seeing people not buy games, and they're like, "Well, we're putting out games and y'all not buying it." And then they get mad at Microsoft because they're not making hits games like PlayStation.
Yeah. But they tried to give you those different experiences. You rejected it.
dude, the pro consumer thing is cracking me up. I'm sorry. Like they
Yeah.
had a meeting. They said, "Hey, we'll push this. We'll see if we can fool people."
Um,
It's pretty much gone down as shitty as you
yeah.
would expect.
Oh, damn, what happened? They kicked me
Because
off. Fuck.
it's
Y'all
not
can
like
hear me, right?
PS5 won't have
Discord
crossplay.
is
I mean, the
fucking
third
shit.
party games will have crossplay. It'll be cross gen, whatever compatible.
Hmm.
Is he just being specific from a first party point of view? Because third party wise, they're gonna have PS4, PS5 games.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Kenna is a game I'm excited to play. That's coming out on
Right.
PS4, PC, and PS5 day and date. So, how can you sit up there and say that some games won't be on the other on the PS4? They will. I mean, but not all of them. You need a reason. It shouldn't be. Okay, this is the one thing I heard PC fans say. I don't know if Phil Spencer gonna get to this. He might say some shit like this. The PC fans said that if you get rid of exclusives, it's okay as long as the hardware has the features. Gamers will still buy these consoles. Gamers can live in a world without exclusives. They just pick the console that has the better features. And I've told them time and time again, what if each console has very similar features and you can't tell the difference? Who do you pick without exclusives? You see what I'm saying? You see how stupid that is? I only hope Microsoft is not going down that rabbit hole. The way Phil Spencer was talking, he might be aiming down there. It's not going to be good for the Xbox community. It's just not. That is not good. There's no recover. There's no damage control you can do. They're not going down. Man, they go down that rabbit hole, it's over. It's over. Sam Ranix is the only person in here. But yeah, let me go read the chat real quick. What are we looking at? We got 10 minutes until the Ubisoft event. So, okay, blah, blah. Umar, shout out to you. Enzo, Jamar Bates, Vitter is in here. I think Vegan VR King, was he in here earlier? Yeah, I see him. Vegan VR King was in here. Ed Gamer? Man, I'm really trying to figure out why you have that M in there. Is it EDM Gamer? I'm going to call you EDM. I'm just going to call you EDM because I'm not sure if that M's supposed to be silent or whatever. EDM. So EDM is in here. Umar, Vegan VR King, Cedric, my boy Cedric's in here. Who else we got? Jamar Bates and Boca Loca, obviously, Vitter. Welcome, everybody. This is the Sunday show. Don't know where the rest of the members are. Obviously, I know Adam is personally excited about the Ubisoft event, so I can only hope that they do good. So we will be watching it in the next 10 minutes.
Dude, I didn't even know that show was today. Like, how long is that gonna be?
I don't fucking know. I'd rather cover whatever topics we have compared to that piece of shit. Like,
We could just shit on the conference. That'll be funny.
I mean, yeah, we could shit on there. There's no advertisement, so we're only doing super chats today. There's no fucking ads going on because they're gonna fucking report the shit out of me anyway. So, just letting you guys know, we're not running any ads on the Sunday show because we're planning to cover the Ubisoft shit event, rated R.
Like, they did an update for Watch Dogs Legions. I'm like, who gives a fuck? Like, did we need
What
an
do you mean
update?
update?
I think it was recent, wasn't it? Like, it wasn't like a release date or it's only next gen or so. Like, I don't know, man. They're just they really release uninteresting news. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think anybody wanted another Watch Dogs. 2 was really good compared to 1, from what I heard, and I actually went out and got it. But I don't think anybody wanted another Watch Dogs. I'm sorry, that's just me.
The first one was terrible.
Yeah. I don't care about controlling 100 people in a fucking town. I'm really okay with not doing that. Basically telling me you're giving me mod support. Like, you're giving mod support to your video game where you can take control of different characters, and I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Allow me to make my own character. You see what I'm saying, Sam? 100 characters versus making your own character. And since you're talking about controlling 100 characters, you might as well make that battle royale style Watch Dogs, where you get to sneak around and hack shit. I don't know. I don't know. But why even brag about controlling 100 characters? Like, come on, bro. Pointless, man.
I mean, how deep are the storylines gonna be?
I don't know. Talking about controlling some fucking grandma and shit.
Like, you're the grandma, right? Like, what's your storyline? Like, you got divorced twice, your kids don't talk to you. Like, what are we going for? Or is each old lady gonna have a different storyline?
I don't even think it's gonna be that deep. I just think you can.
So it's one specific old lady with like 1,000 NPCs or whatever.
Yeah, I think you can just recruit people.
That's stupid.
I think you can recruit people.
Like, I'll hack into the old lady just to get her social security information, I guess.
Oh, that's weirdo talking about people didn't finish Bloodborne. Well, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. How many people finished it? Only 10% of the people that played Bloodborne finished it. Well, that's their fucking fault. You know what I'm saying? Actually, there's 15% for that and 14%. So it actually would be like 15% of people that got at least one of the trophies. Or there's a percentage between 10 and 15 that got one of the last boss trophies, which would allow you to beat it. Remember, they have 3 different endings for Bloodborne. So between 10.9% and 15.3% of people got one of the endings. It is still pretty fucking low. But I know a lot of people that brag about that game in years prior, and I checked their fucking trophies, and they didn't fucking have shit.
You see what I mean about the frauds? This is
Yeah,
exactly what I'm talking about.
Like, you know, I saw a couple of you idiots on fucking Twitter. They're like, oh well, you can't talk about JayTech even though he's a weirdo. At least he plays his games. Yeah, you saying that fucking now? I've been playing my games before you got on YouTube, before you even signed up for fucking Twitter. I've been playing my games. That's not new news. I play my games in front of you guys, and I play my games in private. So, fuck out of here. I'm serious. Of all people,
That game sold on the hype of the PS4, man. That's
fucking
the only reason why it
bro.
sold.
Fucking crazy as shit.
People didn't support that shit last generation.
That's how it is, man.
Demon Souls sold like dog shit.
Yeah, Demon Souls did not sell well, and it should have. I mean, I think how many copies did Dark Souls sell? Sam? Sam, wake up. Sam fucking Ranix. Okay, guys. We got 5 minutes until 3 o'clock, then we're going to switch on over. I'm also playing Ni no Kuni, so obviously my focus is a little bit split. I apologize for that. Okay, got the fucking wand. Great. Frostbite. Oh, I got an attack called Frostbite. Speaking of, where the fuck is he? That's the dude. He always gets us the news. Good shit. Good. Buy Xbox. You be like 1 out of fucking 10 million that has that new system. Because I don't see the other 40 million or the other 50 million switching over. Is there somebody new join, or is this just a...
I mean, do we still have a number for how much they sold, or are we just guesstimating?
We're guesstimating. It's under whatever the Switch has. So whatever the Switch has, take away 3 or 5 million. And then that's what the Xbox is.
It's still 50 million. That's, I mean, they made 10 billion, so that's not terrible.
It's not terrible, but comparable to the Xbox 360 hitting 80 million and the PSP also hitting 80 million. That's pretty fucking bad. I mean, like the majority of your competition has hit over fucking, you know.
How long did it take the PSP to reach that?
I don't know, but it reached it, and the Vita didn't reach anywhere close to it. I think the Vita is stuck over 10 million, but it's never gonna get, you know, anything other than that.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking
it was
low.
The name.
Yeah.
That whole thing was about the name. It was like the Wii U.
Yeah, I think if they would have named it PSP2, I think everybody and their mother would have hopped onto it. And I think Sony understands that now. They could have named the PS5 something different, and it would not have sold. It would not have sold.
Don't even fuck with that. Yeah, don't fuck with that. This series thing is already going to be annoying, I can tell right away.
Hey, I talked to a Lyft driver this week about it. Fucking parent, obviously. 2 kids. And I asked him, so what Xbox do you have? Because, you know, I told him I was a gamer. I stream almost every day. And he says, well, I have one of the Xboxes. I was like, yeah, because, you know, I told him, you know, I cover PlayStation news. You know, every day there's a new system coming out, blah, blah, blah. And then we started talking about Xbox, and I started talking about the streaming one and all that. And I was like, I think we got on to whatever his was, and then I had to ask him, like, what color it was, because he didn't know which one he had. And he said it was the white one. And I was like, so was it the only digital, or can you put disc inside? And then he paused for almost a minute, because he didn't know. And then he says he thinks he can play his disc, but he says they're paying for some sort of subscription, and they just play the games digital. So I guess he was talking about Game Pass. It's sad, bro. And it's only 4 Xbox Ones out there. Whatever. Xbox One, Xbox One S, all digital, Xbox Series, Xbox One X. So yeah, there's 4 Xboxes out there, and they're gonna add 2 more with a similar name. Oh, would you look at that? You just gotta love it sometimes, man. Son, you just gotta love it. I mean, whoever's bright idea to do that, they should have been fired. They should. What are we looking at? Okay. Well, the good thing is I did that. I did a lot of that. We are heading over to YouTube. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what Ubisoft is talking about.
He said in 5th place.
You say what?
Talking about Xbox? I didn't even know there was a 5th place.
Behind Stadia, behind Steam, behind Epic Game Store, behind all.
Stadia would be in 5th place, right?
Probably. You know.
We're literally paying Shannon still to just like collect money. I don't even, bro, they're wasting money. You talk about Xbox wasting money, Google's wasting money.
Yeah, but they got so much money to spend. Call them money pack. That's what they call them.
I mean, it's $2 trillion companies that don't have a clue about video games.
Well, I think it's as easy as tricking consumers into buying something shiny, so they tried to see what they could do with it. It's not that fucking easy. That's the lesson that Sony taught to Microsoft.
Hold up, so I was in the kitchen when you were talking about your story. What did the Lyft driver guy end up saying?
Oh well, he
Like,
didn't know that
understand?
he didn't know which system he had got for his kids. I asked him like, so which Xbox did you get? And he didn't know. So I was like, do you have the black one or do you have the white one? He was like the white one. So then I asked him, so do you have the all digital or do you have the one with the disc drive? And he paused for almost a minute. He didn't know which one he got for the kids. But I'm just saying, you're talking about that type of shit with the parents and shit. It's gonna be real confusing this holiday season when the advertisement is, oh, you can buy this new system, but you can play all these games on your current system. So how does Microsoft advertise the Series X while telling the truth about their other system that can still play the new games? See, Microsoft isn't gonna do that.
Things.
Huh?
Oh. They're trying to do too many things. You gotta remember they got xCloud too. So
Oh
now they gotta
God!
explain
Oh
that,
my
which
goodness!
they haven't even talked about.
Forgot all about cats. Okay, it's time to watch the Ubisoft event that no one really cares about because we hate Ubisoft. Watch Dogs Legion. We're gonna sue them, right? We get to sue them. Can we sue them for that? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. Because they're using the word Legion, and I don't like it. We can confirm that Ubisoft they do copy, though, bro. So, I'm not going to sit up here and lie. They copy a lot.
Yeah, you got a lot of viewers, okay.
Yeah, is this live action, or is this, live action, or is this in-game?
That cannot be gameplay.
I'm pretty sure it's not gameplay. No, it's not.
Hey, the chat's saying CGI trailers.
God damn it. Come on, Ubisoft. Man. And they the one person that's always bitching, oh, we don't have power. We can't do this. Well, you couldn't do it in the first fucking place because you're doing CGI, bro. You didn't even try yet.
Damn, Mr. Melcy.
Fucking cat.
Drop the damn phone. I mean, I wish I was thinking that'd be like the best looking game I ever saw.
It would, and they know that. And they can't replicate this at all. The smoothness, any of that. Like if you're almost about to get hit by a car, somebody is on your side and they open the door and then they ride you to a destination. That's never gonna happen in a game. They're gonna have you automatically take control of that driver instead of being the backseat driver, which you should have been, and using your gun to shoot at the police, which would be so fucking cool.
So none of these games are interrelated. Like, you know, the first game had a main character, but after that, it just kind of, you know, ignored him or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's they're interrelated in a way, but not character-wise. I mean, look how many characters are gonna be controllable in this game. So this is CGI. This is not. It said put that fucking mask on, bitch. We all in this bitch. We got corona. Put the mask on.
I saw the president of Brazil got corona. How?
What? No, I'm not surprised. I heard
places are reopening too soon.
Yeah, I heard it's really bad down south.
Mexico just got
what's wrong with his nose? What's wrong with his nose? Did y'all not see his nose? Bro, did y'all not see his nostrils? That, like, the CGI couldn't even get his nostrils right, bro. Nah. Something's wrong, bro. Something's wrong. So they did a short film to show us what the game is about, even though the game's not gonna look like. Huh?
Cyber Dragon saying what's up.
Oh, what's going on, Cyber Dragon? How you doing, man? Remember, if you're free, you can jump in here. The game looks like garbage, by the way. I just saw it. Yeah, it looks like shit. Yeah, I'm not buying this game. CGI does not do the game justice, and the game doesn't do the CGI justice. Vice versa. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Oh my god. They're trying to do too much, and the game looks like shit as a result. There's the grandma that they think people want to play as. Welcome to the Resistance. Rated R. So, this game is going to be semi-futuristic, but not completely futuristic. Oh, okay. I'm gonna, since we're all bored watching this shit, we're gonna do pass or buy. So
my cat already fell asleep.
I'm going with pass.
Is this a next gen game?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's a current gen game. But it doesn't.
But it's not going to be cross gen?
No, but it doesn't even look good for a cross gen game. I mean, it is a cross gen game, but it doesn't even look good for a current gen game. Like, they could do a lot better. I'm trying to figure out what system this shit's running on, because it looks bad.
They better release this in another time zone compared to Cyberpunk. Just release this, I don't know, a year or 2 years from now.
I don't care about this shit. Who asked for this game? Does anybody know who asked for this game?
What's wrong with your cat?
Says something about a cat. Where the fuck is Adam, bro? And no one gives a fuck because all you had to do is add a character creation mode into this fucking game. But you're too fucking lazy to do that. We're going to allow you to take control of random AI and hope that one of them looks like you. So you can have some sort of fucking stupid ass connection. Fucking pointless. Fuck out of here. Tired of this shit. Who asked for this game? Please. The game looks like shit. I mean, they're trying to be very flashy with the action, but I'm fucking bored. Fucking bitch. I'm bored as shit. I don't know where Sam went. I'm bored as fuck. Was this a good idea for the Sunday show? I really think this is a horrible idea to cover their event during our show. Because people are watching their fucking stupid stream, but I'm just saying there's no content. What they're showing us looks like ass. Oh my god, this shit is so fucking boring. For real, bro, this is bad.
Man, this looks worse than Hitman. Jeez.
Yeah.
And I mean Hitman 1, not even Hitman 2.
Illegal. I don't like what he said. I think they're doing too much, bro. And they could have made the game look better if they didn't do too much. Let's say you only took control of 10 people out of the 100 that they're trying to brag about. That would have been alright with me. Because in Grand Theft Auto, you only get to take control of 3 people, and it's still alright. I think they could have did 10, and they could have boosted the graphics and made it look a lot better. But this game looks really, really bad. I've saw levels on PlayStation Home that look better than this. And character models. This is really fucking bad.
Hey, you get the free game on PC. I forgot.
Oh, I'm not playing nothing on PC because my laptop probably can't handle that shit.
I think if you just like Let me see. Oh, okay, so they're doing that shit. Calling it a discount cyberpunk in the chat.
You say what?
Calling it a discount cyberpunk in the chat.
Oh, I was thinking about that too, bro. I was trying to figure out who the fuck were they trying to copy off this time. It's Cyberpunk. Now I understand. Oh, don't worry. Whatever they make next will exactly be an exact copy of Cyberpunk. Don't worry. The next Assassin's Creed will look just like Cyberpunk. I'm telling you, bro. Ubisoft is the worst, bro. They copy off of everybody. My name is Amanda Monks, and I am, you know, I am not the same as anyone else, and I'm on camera to make it seem like we have a lot of diversity upon Ubisoft that's been under fire for sexual harassment allegations of our head people that have been forced to retire. So
That was like Jonah Hill's twin sister or something.
I was just thinking about the same thing.
My name is Amanda Mons, and I program the programming with my fingers. DDD. Why do we need to see her holding her bike like she's a sports athlete?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even need to see you for real. I'm being honest. I don't hate her or anything. It's just I wanted to know why the game looks so bad.
Didn't it take us like 2 Uncharted until we saw
let you know, Amanda, I'm not excited about shit in that fucking game. I'm not. There's nothing excited about this. Brawlhalla, rated R.
Game of the year.
Hey, what you say? Sam? Say something, buddy. I had that game, my nephew liked playing it, my other nephew, but I think it was horrible because they could have. It's basically Smash Brothers with 2D, and I like it, but it's a little bit too wild. Oh, now they're bringing it to cell phones. I thought it was already on cell phones. Oh. I'm trying to figure out where my boy Adam is, because he loves Ubisoft more than his own eyebrows. I mean, I heard him say this.
You said that?
No, he didn't say that. But I thought he said it. Yeah. Ubisoft is like the new EA or Activision. They're that bad now. Fantasy,
super fun.
Magic, Might and Magic, rated R. Yeah, I mean, Ubisoft is trying to make some money, bro. I hope they don't think they gonna put out Assassin's Creed and it's gonna make some money. Because I'm gonna let them know right now, it's not making them money. It's not.
JayTech, that game always makes the money.
Bro, it's not gonna make them enough money to bounce back from what happened last year. Oh, hell no. They show all these cinematics and the game looks like a fucking Super NES title. Get the fuck out of here. I'm tired of this fucking shit. This whole conference right now is getting a fucking 2 out of 10. Fuck out of here. I love it when that cell phone manufacturers, they put cinematics, but then the gameplay looks like ass. And they only show like a small glimpse of the gameplay. I mean, this is just something Ubisoft does anyway, but yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they about to copy off of Ghost of Tsushima with ninjas. What is this, a Fortnite wannabe? Is this Fortnite? Hey, Sam, I need your expert opinion. Is this Fortnite? Somebody about to get sued, bro. Somebody about to get sued. Okay, people, in the comment section, let me know if this looks like Fortnite, because it looks like Fortnite. Is that Sam Fisher?
Is he in the game? So they overwatched Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell?
Sam Fisher! Oh my god! The Legend of the Fallen! Oh my goodness. My boy Sam fucking Fisher, bro. Okay, I'm excited because I saw my boy Tom Clancy's Elite Squad coming soon. I'm excited about that. Oh, fuck, it's a cell phone game. God damn it. Fuck.
Fort shit.
Bro,
Fort
I
shit.
saw my boy Sam Fisher. I got excited. Then I found out the game was only on fucking cell phones, and I was so fucking pissed. Well, you know, Rainbow Six Siege, I think it makes some money too, right? Does it have microtransactions or anything? But a lot of people seem to like that game. I don't know if they were passionate. They were basically telling you the game was fucked up, and they wanted you to fix it, and you did. And that's basically what happened. You did a good thing by fixing your game. Yeah, they fixed it quicker than they ever fixed anything with Assassin's Creed. And because of that, and because they listened to what needed to be fixed, a lot of people came back. I think the Rainbow Six community was already big, but the Rainbow Six Siege, you know, they had some shit to work on. And I'm glad that they did it. That's what Call of Duty should always do, and I think they've done a good job too with the Modern Warfare. You know, when it comes to the what is it, the free to play one. Then they put all that goofy shit in the game, and it's like, nah, I'm cool with that. Well, sad for you, Ubisoft. Nobody's going to any more fucking arenas to see that. So, yeah. You know, 60 million players.
Milan Kumar.
Hey, Sam, what does 60 million players mean? Does that mean sold or what? Or is that just people
You know that bald guy's high picture Umar looking like?
You say what? God damn it.
What? He looks like a taller Indian Drake.
Are 60 million players. What does that mean, though? Is that equal to sales or equal to ship?
No.
Like, what does that mean? When a developer talks about players but not the number of sold, what does that mean?
It's just people that have logged online and played it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's stupid. Yeah, because
padding your stats.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to know. Because Persona, a $20 game, I've gotten food that was worth $20, by the way. You mean to tell me they could not sell 1 million of that? It's a lot of people on PC, man. $20 is not a lot of money. A hack and a hyperscape. Oh my goodness, look at my foot.
Shaking hands in video games. Is this a game? It doesn't look that bad at all.
Ooh. A future that looks like
Battle Royale. Motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
That guy that made PUBG gets corona. Unless he has it already.
The Hyperscape, rated R. Battle Royale, 99 players, rated R. Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah. I can see that Ubisoft wants to copy off of Cyberpunk and every type of game that they make from now on. And I just don't like that. Again, I think Ubisoft should be more original than just copying off of everything you see somebody else do. Just do your own thing, bro. Yeah, Hyperscape has a story, but it's a battle royale game without a single player, so.
Umar, this is the best conference of the year so far. What are you talking about?
All of this shit's cinematics, and I'm really pissed off about it.
Look how happy that front yard looks.
Hyperscape, rated R. That sounds like a fucking movie I might watch.
I like his shirt. It has weird sleeves.
God damn it.
It looks like Apex Legends.
It looks like Apex Legends.
God, can this genre just please go to hell?
I don't think it is.
Jamar, Umar told me you're going to pick this game up day one.
What did you just say to me?
Is that Mr. Miyake?
What did this guy just say to my neck?
Pew pew, you're gone. Beep beep. Yeah, I've seen this a million times. Who gives a fuck?
Oh, Sam.
Pew
Sam.
pew, jumping, doing things, powers, job.
The power of the dream.
His English is so bad.
I can't believe that they just didn't have somebody, you know, that just learns English for real. Like, I'm really confused about that. This is Ubisoft. You got a lot of money. You can have somebody just speak complete English that we can understand. I don't even care if they didn't speak. I didn't want another Battle Royale game from Ubisoft when everybody else and their mother is doing it. And the majority of the gamers have told people there's only like 2 or 3 Battle Royale games people will probably play. Anything else new might get lost.
There's just not enough time to play all these games. There really isn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with Battle Royale, you have to stay dedicated. You have to get that.
You gotta pick one, if not 2.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. You can't just play.
I mean, I like Call of Duty, but I won't touch Fortnite because I feel that it takes too much time to get up there. Like on a Battle Pass and shit. Yeah, there you go, the Battle Pass. Now, Valorant looks interesting, but it's not Battle Royale from what I understand. Actually, I just don't want Battle Royale anymore. I just think it's stupid. It's just too much going on. It's like this special powers and this and that. I feel like it's too much and people would definitely take advantage of that shit. It looks very cheap.
I wonder how Cliff Blazinski feels every time he sees something like this.
And this shit looks like it's a mix with Cyberpunk and Overwatch, and I don't like it. I'm being honest, bro. Like, it's really easy to see where they got their fucking inspiration. Open beta
Ana
July
Maria
12th.
Musca.
Free 30-tier battle pass. July 12th. Where is that? Isn't that today?
Yes.
But is that for PC or for consoles? Oh, never mind. It's for PC. I saw it down the bottom. It's another female chick that's probably was one of the chicks the guy was hitting on. And then he got fucking terminated. Oh, come on, man. Come on, bro.
See all these happy developers making all this money doing nothing. That's why they're so happy.
You cut that shit out, Sam. Cut it out. So new outfits for each characters. They really do look like they just ripped off Cyberpunk. So I'm pretty sure they're ripping off the whole design of Cyberpunk. And this is something that Ubisoft does often. So this is not like just for Cyberpunk. Whenever Ubisoft sees a hot game, they rip off that setting or that, you know, weapons or whatever, bro. They rip people off so much, bro. They ripped off Sam, bro. They use cats in a lot of games just because Sam had a cat. I don't like it.
There's only one game with a cat. What are you talking about?
My boy, Philip fucking Spencer.
Somebody asked why is he blinking so much. That might be Morse code.
Yeah, he's on crack. I mean, he's on something, bro. I don't know what he's on, but he's on that. He's on that.
This
thing.
is a marketing rights exclusive.
He said marketing rights exclusive. Rated R.
Philippe Spencer.
Everybody, Phil Spencer's on the because he thinks the game is their exclusive. You idiot! I didn't look up, bro. You know they got these slideshows and shit. So when I saw Phil Spencer, I still saw Hyperscape. Now I'm up here. I see Phil Spencer beside Valhalla. Valhalla better be the best looking game we ever saw. All of the shit that's flying around these guys are all cinematic, by the way. Everything around them right now is cinematics. I'm trying to see that gameplay. Huh?
Even the bird?
No, yeah, the bird. All of that shit was cinematics. The only thing that's not cinematic is the developer with the glasses.
Who was the guy they fired or that left, right? Because he was cheating on his wife? That wasn't him, was it?
He was a top guy, and we probably, I don't know who the fuck that is, but that was a top guy.
Oh, so you log into Uplay and you get the Watch Dogs game for free, okay.
Which one? 1 or 2?
No, the second one.
Did you get a code for it?
I think the new one, actually. What the second one am I talking about?
That's only for PC?
Or is it 2? No, it's 2. Whatever. Yeah, it's only for PC.
Oh, okay. Do you get a code? Because I want to give that code away to somebody.
I'm assuming. Because, like, you log into your Uplay, they should just give it to you. Like, hey, this is your thing, redeem it or whatever.
Yeah, I'm about to go log in. I'm about to give that code away because I don't play. I'd rather give that away to somebody. Anybody got a PC around here? Maybe I'll give it to the PC port beggars. They call it port begging central. Rated R.
Damn, why can't the game look like that?
Because Ubisoft always does that. It's called cinematics. All of this is cinematics, people. Not a cutscene. Not in-game. All CGI. That means the game is going to look like dog shit.
The French are lying to us.
Again.
And then we have to bail them out of like 2 world wars or lazy.
Alright, bro, I'm back.
Bro, I just want to let you know, you left for a long time, bro, and...
Sorry.
And I'm just I'm just gonna let you know, bro, Xbox is the best box. That's why I just want to let you know that.
Maybe one day.
Xbox is the best box. You know your boy Phil Spencer came up.
I saw the Watch Dogs Legions thing, bro. I see everything he says. I repeat. He's like he was repeating me. I told y'all when they started delaying games that was marketed, they have no marketing, especially Ubisoft. I told you they're gonna put ray tracing. When they delayed Watch Dogs Legions, after Microsoft revealed their specs, I was like, "Watch it have ray tracing on the Xbox." And then when he said that, I was like, "See, I told y'all." It was nothing exciting because I said it already. They predictable at this point, so that's why they can never be the best box. Because I expect everything they
I
do. They
just
don't
find
do
it
nothing.
funny that they've been talking about Assassin's Creed Valhalla for close to 3 minutes straight now, and they have not shown a cutscene or any in-game gameplay. They've shown
They
nothing
would
but
never show you that.
yeah,
They
because
can't
we
show you
already
that.
saw it and it looked bad. And I don't think that
Mhm.
was pre-alpha, and I don't think it was from last year. It was leaked.
No, that shit have that's from today.
Exactly.
Because notice how they worded they shit correctly right now. They say not saying the certain things. Like
Here
they
we
didn't
go.
mention too
Here's the
much.
gameplay. Here it is, people.
Let's see.
Dog shit.
Oh,
Work
you
in
get
progress.
the
Look, work in progress.
Dog shit.
There you go,
they
right
brought
there.
back the
That
naval stuff.
Work in progress.
dog shit.
It looks like the current gen version.
Yep. It's
Why,
dog
I
shit,
mean,
bro.
why can't we see the next gen version?
Still
Y'all
dog shit.
believe me now? Y'all believe me now?
Horizon Zero Dawn 1. The first Horizon Zero Dawn looks better than this shit. Yeah, this looks bad. Yeah, this looks bad. Would you look at that fucking water?
JayTech,
Hmm?
do believe me now when I said that they're just gonna serve shit that's like an alpha. Actually, the water actually is pretty good.
Yeah, the water. I mean,
That
they've always been good with water, so I can't
water,
fucking.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ubisoft, yeah.
I mean,
Um,
because they was doing
I
that with
respect
what was
H2O.
the Black Flag? They had to make sure the
oh
water was
yes,
good. Yeah.
that game is always hold dear to me, Loki. It looks very good and it plays very good across every console.
So I'm
Three
guessing
experience
that they're emphasizing on the damage to the
and the lighting.
environments,
Hmm.
but I don't think the buildings crumble. I just think the roofs and shit start like they're on fire.
You know what
Man,
game
this
that started
doesn't
doing that?
even.
What game is that?
Just Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Uh oh.
Ubisoft copied that, bro. Because remember, the
It
director
seems
for Rise
like
of the
you
Tomb
can
Raider.
build up a village or an area.
That'd be cool if they did that like The Witcher, made just like a RPG. That would be cool.
Oh, that's pretty dope. You can ram them into the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a Witcher clone. Because it was the most popular game of this type, so it makes a lot of sense. I
Hmm.
don't think you're going to have a lot of fantasy elements, because Viking, they basically worship gods. I don't see you taking on Thor and shit. This isn't even Assassin's Creed anymore. I don't know
That's
what this
not.
is.
That's like Battlefield Hardline was in Battlefield.
Oh, yeah. I
It's
just
not
don't know
Assassin's
what
Creed.
the fuck this is.
Assassins move in silence, bro. This is Creed. They should have just called it Creed instead.
Yeah.
I think that would be cool
I
actually.
mean, they got nice weapons and all. That's just obvious.
Always that was
Yeah,
good.
they were
Ubisoft is
always
good
good
with
with that.
combat.
Yeah,
Yeah, what combat?
Oh,
Yeah.
now they're
great
showing stealth.
weapons, amazing armor. It's just not as hyped up as the Xbox fans said. You
It's
know,
like somebody's asking you in the chat, what's your problem with Horizon Zero Dawn coming to PC? Actually, I don't
I
think
don't
Jay
have a
Tech give a
problem.
fuck.
I don't
Yeah,
have a
like
problem.
Jay haven't
I
had a
beat the
problem.
game 3 years ago. What problem do you think I have with it? Tell me. It's nothing I can change. It's coming to PC next month.
I know you see the text, you see textures popping.
Yeah, I
I'm
saw
sure you
that.
saw that.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
like GTA 5 in a bit.
yeah.
I like the gameplay, like the
So they got
movements
an
and everything.
assassin element right here with a hood and a cloak. So maybe this is the assassin's part right here. But it's still not going to be the same as Assassin's
Cool.
Creed.
But this is called Assassin's Creed Vikings, like Vikings in a way, like.
Yeah.
But Vikings would never
That
like
fur
stealth
looks like
them.
ass, bro.
Just like,
Wow. God damn, they could do better.
but Vikings was people who, like barbarians, was the ones who took
Mm-hmm.
over villages and shit. They were never
Exactly.
quiet.
Never
So
quiet.
what? So I'm lost on how they call it
Uh-oh,
Assassin's
you
Creed.
taking on big-ass wolves. They call them Wolf Taker.
This looks like Tomb Raider, bro. Like,
Oh, they going to that God of War shit.
Yep, like right now, the camera angle and everything.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like Tomb Raider, low key, mixed with God of War, mixed with
Yeah, you know,
Rise of the
and
Tomb Raider,
Witcher.
like
A
The
lot of
Witcher,
Witcher, yeah.
like bro, this looks like the character, the hair, the design,
Mm-hmm.
and the way the clothes. That looks like The Witcher.
Mm-hmm.
Look right here, the one that says assault. That looks like The Witcher. Like
Mm-hmm.
the hair, the knotted braids.
I feel that Ubisoft, their heart is in the right place, but either their developers really, really suck, or they're trying to do too much with what
At
they have.
once.
Yeah.
Right, they're trying to make games bigger. No, but
Yeah,
as you
and I
saw,
think that they don't need to do all that. Oh,
yeah, but
they're
they're known
fighting.
for
She
that.
fights gods. She just fought a lightning dude. Okay, yeah, she's just fighting gods. Okay.
See, that's too much, bro. They could have made these into different games.
Exactly, man.
Like they could have made this like a series if they want to do like and stop bunching everything together because then people get burnt out and feel like they got to do too
Yeah.
much. Like some
And,
people don't
but this
mind.
is
But yeah,
Ubisoft. They always put so much in their game that it does affect the visuals.
no, not even that. Just it affects the flow of a game. You see a game like Star Wars, Jedi. It was straightforward, single player. It
November
got right to the
17th,
point.
rated R.
Oh, so the leak was right. So
Yeah,
that
the leak
means
was
that
all, bro. All their leaks were right.
November 17th. That
Yeah,
means that the consoles are coming out.
either before or after that week,
No,
or
it has to
during
come
that
out.
week.
They have to come out on a Friday at this point, not a Thursday. So November 17th is a Tuesday. So
Yeah.
that means they're gonna come out either the 13th or the 20th. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't see them coming out earlier. But if Xbox come out like November 6th, that would be dumb.
I think
But
that
yeah.
if anybody could come out earlier, would probably be the PS5, since again, it's been confirmed that they had the dev kits in the hands of their developers, and a lot of their launch title games will be already ready. Kind of like what happened with Knack and Killzone. Those games were
Nah,
so
Killzone
ready.
wasn't ready.
No,
No, they would not.
but
No,
hear me out.
that
Hear me
game
out.
was not.
They were so ready at the point that they shipped the games and the camera and the controller before the system came out on store shelf. You remember that, right?
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if they wanted to,
Yes.
if they were on
August
point with
19th.
the other shit and their console was ready to ship, they could have shipped that a few days earlier than, it was already like it beat the Xbox by like a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I
A
could
week,
see
yeah.
something like that happening in a bigger gap this time around.
No, man.
It
The
could,
Sony.
but we gotta
No,
see.
Jay, I'm gonna go to reference. Sony has released hardware early now. I don't know if you remember, but PSVR released, I believe, October 27th
Uh,
in 2016, and the Pro in November the 10th, I think, or the 3rd, one of those days.
so what's this?
And
What we watching right now?
who the fuck cares? I'm not watching this shit no more.
Oh, I know what this is. Far Cry.
Is it a car? Is it Far Cry?
I think it might be Far Cry.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Based off the poster, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Far Cry. You can't.
Well, you can if it's too
I
much
just
of it.
want to know what's up with the number. Like, if I
Six?
buy this game, will I have to play the other ones?
No, I don't think so. I
Oh,
don't think
okay,
this is
cool.
related.
It's like Final Fantasy.
Oh, yep, Far Cry. I remember him. That guy from The Walking Dead. Question. Yeah, I know. So since Xbox seems to be chasing Ubisoft, you know who I think Sony is going to use?
Who?
They're going to use Remedy. They're going to use Activision, EA, and Bethesda, which is
Oh.
weird because that should be all of
Epic.
PlayStation, Xbox people.
And I deal with
Like
Epic.
for ray tracing, I think that Control, you already know, going to have ray tracing on both consoles. But Sony is gonna have something there, and I think FIFA is gonna get that as well, that treatment, and other EA games. I think Activision, the Call of Duty games have a little softer ray tracing now. I think they will get full-on ray tracing with both consoles. Destiny might as well. Who else? Who else? Okay. I know Ready at Dawn just with Facebook, but do you think they make the audio already? Do you think so?
Did you make what?
Do you think Red Dead Dawn already made the order sequel, or they just didn't and they just got purchased?
I don't think they was working on it, but they could have. But we will never. We'll find out next month at this new event that PlayStation's supposed to have. But I don't think they did. And
I hear.
I just think it's a really bad mistake on Sony's part. They should have acquired them. You know, I figured that they were gonna get acquired because they were following the pattern of a new studio, but I didn't know what was going on. So maybe they
Oh,
would.
this is this guy's game. Okay.
So does anybody in the comment section know if this is connected to any of the other ones? Like, is this a character from one of the others or bad guy? Like, I feel in some ways connected,
I don't
but it
know.
could
It
be
looks
its
like
own
Josh
thing.
Ross.
It looks good
I
though.
don't know, but it looks like the scenery, the character, like they do Rico Rodriguez from Just Cause. That's what it reminds me of. It looks good though. Very good.
This shit looks really good. That dude's a legend, bro. I can't pronounce his name whatsoever, but he is a fucking legend.
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah,
Presido?
I can't pronounce
Oh
that.
my
Yeah,
God,
I
JayTech.
can't either. We're gonna call
What's
him
the skin
Presido.
job?
Presido is a legend.
You just call him Dorito. How about that?
Dorito. That guy does his shit. I like that there's a lot of red in this game, so I might buy it.
Muerte a Castillo.
I'm
Is this what he
guessing
did?
all of this is cinematic, so that is what it is. It's a nice
Just a
ass lighter.
CG. Oh damn.
That lighter is dope.
This dude's an outright legend, bro. That's a real gangster, bro. Like in real
Bro,
life,
yeah. This dude
and that's a
has
fucking
been in
gangster in
so
real
many
life, bro.
roles. Bro, fucking legend.
I don't think people realize.
Wasn't he
No, I
also
mean,
hyping up, wasn't he in Destiny?
mhm.
I
As a
think.
No,
voice.
you're thinking of
No, he
the
was a
guy from The
voice.
Wire.
No, he was as a supporting voice, but uncredited. So no,
Oh,
he
okay.
was.
No, but yeah, because he did like an advertisement for either Destiny or another game. Um,
It wasn't Destiny, bro. The division.
looks just like him, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like they go with that when it comes to scanning. Ubisoft, yeah, looks because that shit is. But how is this Far Cry like? The game's starting to look. Ubisoft games starting to look like how Sony have games that look like movies.
Mhm.
Ubisoft games are starting to look like that in a way because their trailers look like movies, but the game looks.
Yeah, I don't understand what the story is, but I know it's gonna be a good game. That shit's coming out at the beginning of next year. Pre-order now, rated R.
I'm
Our
not
first,
impressed.
yeah, I was not impressed. I think they could have did a lot better. They showed us everything we knew they were gonna show us. Nothing was a surprise.
What happened to Skull and Bones, bro?
That shit is
Vaporware.
fucking, yeah, that shit's canceled.
That shit got me tight because it looked way better than Sea of Thieves. But at that point, they should have just made a game that's like Black Flag. Like they could have made the Pirates of the Caribbean game if they went with Disney.
Yeah,
That's what they should have done.
that seems to be a
Because
waste of a lot of people's time. That was
color
a bad event.
like this, um, right now, this thing with Vikings, they could have did about Pirates of the Caribbean right now. They could have did a
Oh,
game
would
like
you
that.
look at that? Of course, Jeff Keighley is gonna do another fucking interview with Kojima about Death Stranding, the PC
Oh
version.
God! Somebody slap him.
So why would you interview him about the PC version when you asked him everything you needed to know about the main version? You were up
Because
his ass for 3 fucking years straight, bro. You're even in the game.
you said was
Huh?
was you said you were.
No, I'm
He
talking
still
about.
is.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Let me go see when this event starts, bro. Live
Kojima is
in
drunk.
17 hours. So
I'm gonna see what Sick
tomorrow.
saying, bro. I'm gonna see what Sick. Let me see what Kid Smooth saying. Or he just looking at this. Let me see what Sick said.
8 55 in the morning. I'll watch it, but I'm
Okay, so
pretty sure it's gonna
sick
be
isn't
pointless.
impressed.
Oh, nobody should be impressed with that shit.
Listen, the only thing that carried Ubisoft is Watch Dogs Legion, and I can't lie to you. When
How's
I
he not
first,
impressed by this, but he was impressed by Godfall?
huh?
I'm not impressed by Godfall, but I'm impressed
Godfall
by
Godfall?
looks
all of
worse than
them.
this shit.
Nah, that I can't agree with you on, Lily, because I ain't gonna hold you. But I will say this: the box art for Godfall looks better than the game. So,
The game looks like trash.
Yeah, I think they could do a
yeah,
lot better
a
with that
bit.
game. You know what I didn't like about Godfall though? When I found out about it, it was originally a PS4 game, and I think if
It
that
still
was
is,
exactly, but they're not putting it on a PS4. If
which is dumb.
if
It
they
will
would
come eventually.
if they would have made that game only for the built ground up for the PS5, I think it would have looked a lot better and it should have played a lot better. I don't care if you had to put it on a back burner and wait 2 years to bring it out in 2022, but at least it would have been better. You know, the more and more people see that game, the more and more people gonna say this is not something I need to buy day one. Not compared to all the other games that were shown at the PS5 reveal. I mean, Godfall is at the back of the fucking line at this point. I mean, it was the first game we saw, so I guess a lot of people got excited when they saw PS5 attached to it. But now, compared to all the other games we saw, it's really not that good.
Game is like poop.
It will not be a day one. I know I did say a day one when I saw it, but outside of all the hype dying down and me seeing more gameplay, I cannot in good conscience buy that fucking game at all. Nope, can't do it. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is dog shit. The way that Xbox fans hype that game up, they need to shut the fuck up, bro. They all take a L in this game.
Okay, stop doing it.
What do you say? Fucking cat?
The cat's putting his whiskers on my hand. It's tickling me.
Yeah, that was not a good show. That was not a good show. I saw better than that.
Why couldn't we see? Oh well, they had to do it at their own
see,
show.
bro, I need to know where Adam is. I think that Far Cry was the best they had, and that was CGI. We still I'm hyped for it because of what we're seeing. From it's gonna be a deep story, but outside of that, I can't
What's going on, Eddie?
judge the game. Yeah, I can't judge the game until it actually comes out.
Yo,
See the gameplay.
Brigington.
yo, what's up?
Briggs, what's going on, Briggs?
So how was that Assassin's Creed? Look like shit?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, it did, bro. Yes,
Does it
it
look
fucking
like
did. You can't even log into Uplay. So I just want to let you know because so many people are trying to get the game for free. I can't even log into Uplay, so fuck that shit too.
So basically, what was wrong with the game? Because I was working. So
it's basically a reskin of Odyssey, and it looks like it's trying to be Witcher and the like the action department. The only difference is that you're not, from what I see so far, you're not fighting dragons. There was a part where she was fighting a guy with lightning powers, but so maybe they do have some Norse gods or whatever that you have to fight, but it's biting off a lot of other games, and it's not.
Are the animations still terrible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
God.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh God. Oh God.
I mean, it's a current gen game. As long as Ubisoft continues to let us know that these games are made for current gens, we can't really expect more from them of all people. But once they start making next gen only games and they still look like this, that's when I think a lot of people need to speak with their wallet and stop buying Ubisoft games.
Somebody said the PS3 graphics look great. They're just killing the shit.
What you say?
But what's crazy is that this game is coming out a couple days before Cyberpunk. It's gonna fail.
Motherfucking Eddie.
This doesn't even look better than Infamous Second Son.
Exactly, bro. Well, okay.
Let me
Let me go put some so let's go look at some gameplay and let's do some visual tests because I think you guys have a point here. I think you have a point here. Let me go see.
I'm gonna check this fucking gameplay because if this is, I gotta check this shit.
Sam, what game you say doesn't look better than Infamous Second Son?
This one, Valhalla.
Okay, I just want everybody to know, like, when we say shit, we can back that shit up right then and there. Let me go to the exclusives. You sure? You sure about Infamous Second Son? I think Days
100%.
Gone looks better than it also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is very underwhelming.
But Infamous Second Son came out
outdated.
7 years ago. Infamous Second Son is a 7-year-old game. Bro, the Xbox fans, bro. You know that they love multi-plat games. Nobody can sit up there and say that shit blew their fucking minds, man. Nobody.
Well, would you'd be walling.
You would. The dude, bro. You know how many Xbox fans are hyping up Valhalla, bro? Like it was an exclusive. And you know they still got hyped up because they saw Phil Spencer's dumbass face next to it. Yeah, I guess, Sam.
Phil Spencer, Skid Smooth face lit up when he saw Phil. I'm like, bro, hurry up, love this.
Oh, you watched the video? Oh shit.
I was watching.
Oh shit, I gotta go watch that.
Thing.
So
how is
Phil,
he still on fire, but he's just fighting normally? What the fuck?
I don't know. Sam, I got Infamous Second Son on, and I think I can agree that Second Son looks better than Valhalla, and Second Son looks better than the Watch Dogs Legion game, which is really, really crazy because, you know, this game is so fucking old. I think, what do I have this on? Do I have this on frame rate? Yeah, frame rate is unlimited. HDR is unavailable. Performance is higher resolution. No. Better frame rate. That's what I'm going to have it at. Oh, shit. So, did Digital Foundry do a test for the frame rate of Infamous?
Oh, no.
Because it's high when you do that shit. Because there's two options for frame rate. You can have one on and not the other. But if you put them combined, it's really, really good.
Umar said yes, they did.
They did? What did they say? Like, what's the highest?
60. Well, as close as like 48 to 60. That's what it is, not just that.
For PS4 Pro 4 years ago.
I want to know what the highest
is. You're a major dork.
I want to know, but the software ray tracing in that game was ridiculous. I was like I first played Infamous Second Son, right? That was my second platinum game, right? The first one, because I don't go for platinums no more. Believe me or not, my first platinum was Uncharted 4, right? Fully, before the survival mode came out. Why? Because I don't trophy hunt no more. Did not beat Infamous Second Son and platinum that, you know, the good and evil shit. When I don't go back and you play that game and then you play First Light, you really think like, oh, this is on a console? Like, that freaks me out sometimes, like, when you see an Infamous game. Because even on PS3 it looked good. But nothing shocked me more when I saw God of War 3 on PS3 at 60 frames per second. That game, when it got remastered on PS4, it looked no different. That should tell you something. Same 60 frames per second, but it was just 1080p.
Oh, I played it for the first time. I know this is bad for me. I played it for the first time this week, testing out the 60 frames for God of War.
Oh yeah.
That higher frame rate.
I'm not ashamed for that shit.
Yeah, the first time I played it, it was the higher resolution 30, because I wanted to see all that detail. But god damn, did that game look good. Running in 60 or whatever it was. Higher than 30. That's what I'm gonna say. Higher than 30, because I don't have a tracker on my fucking console, so I don't know. But I know it's higher than 30.
Your frame counter? The frame counter?
Where you can get one of those?
Oh yeah.
For what? For your
Your computer, you plug it in. Mine came in the form of USB drive. I mean, it started working now. Like, that's how I was able to calculate frames on like Halo 5 when they first were shown. I had to plug into the TV, like, you know, the USB port, and it counts the frames, right? Halo 5
first shit. Shown. Well, I need to buy me one of those.
That's fucking bullshit. They showed off Far Cry 6 as a CGI trailer.
Yeah,
Fully.
that's fucking Ubisoft.
Fuck off.
That's Ubisoft. They do this shit all the time, bro.
I know, but show gameplay. Like, come on, don't show a CGI trailer. Get the fuck out of here.
So, bro, you're sitting up here and you're telling me this 7-year-old game right here, and by the way, the live stream is not doing this game any justice. This 7-year-old game right here looks better than the shit Ubisoft has been showing all day.
Sounds about right, Bob.
I'm gonna take some fucking.
And that fucking Assassin's Creed looked awful, dude. I'm sorry. Those animations, oh my gosh.
Oh, that was Boca Loca here the whole time. What up, my G? I didn't even know it was you.
Boca motherfucking Loca.
Carol.
Why keep disappointing me, right? But if you don't notice now, Ubisoft is not doing the Xbox any justice, because right now everything they're showing is marketed with Xbox, and the more they show CGI and all of that shit, and the games don't look as good, and they know it's on Xbox Series X, it makes the Series X look shaky, because Sony shows you games with some ray tracing, like you see like ray tracing straddles and everything. Not everything was
4K,
but they showed you, in 4K, right? We're hearing stuff from Microsoft right now. Like, we saw Hellblade, and they said run on the Series X, 1440p, 24 frames. That's the only thing we really have seen, and I think that was on PC equivalent, not even the Xbox. I think they need to show shit on the Xbox in July. That could be their first party, all of that bullshit, but they need to at least show 2 to 3 third-party games like Cyberpunk.
I'm curious with Halo, man. So I want to see an extended Halo Infinite footage.
They said we're gonna see that, but like the first gameplay we saw, they said a new engine and all that, and it looked that impressive. But hopefully it does, because if it looks like
they need
Halo
to show
5,
some massive improvement.
Yes, like it needs to look way better. Because from what I saw when I saw a compressed video on YouTube and then on my TV, I mean, he has sharpening details in the armor, the outfit he's wearing, right? But his face, the facial hair, the hair itself, it doesn't look like, it doesn't look real. Like how they did with other games. I mean, like, if you see SWAT Unlock in Halo 5, right? You see the beard he has? It looks like a real beard, and he looks like the real character. I just think they need to show off their system. And they said they made the Xbox Series X as the base, and then they downgraded it for the Xbox One X and all that other shit. They need to show shit that's mind-blowing, because they got all of these numbers, higher numbers than PlayStation, and PlayStation consistently has better-looking games. Even if they are 30 frames per second, that doesn't mean shit, because who said that Xbox games can't be 30 frames per second? But yeah, they need to show something that's mind-blowing, that's like, oh my god, like how they did with Hellblade too.
You know what?
I can say that, like, honestly, sorry to interrupt you guys, playing this game and with all the frame rate shit, it looks really, really good. I can't believe 7 years have passed and this game still looks good. Like, Ghost of Tsushima will stand the test of time. This one did. This game stood the test of time for them, bro, for Sucker Punch. Wow. And it looks better than the new games that Ubisoft is bringing out. A AAA third-party dev can't keep up with a 7-year-old exclusive. This is just fucking crazy.
But the rumor is now, like, Microsoft is holding back some of the stuff that they were going to show. They're
That's
holding
a mistake.
back.
Oh, I hope that's not true.
No, like,
true.
the rumor is they're not going to show Initiative's game. They're not going to.
Oh
be
yeah,
there.
I heard that this week.
Why?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The guy who came out and said that on Twitter, he's a credible source. He's the one who leaked the PlayStation event and everything. So he said, like, the Initiative is not going to show off their game.
Well, that sucks.
And the thing is, like, they can't hold stuff back because this is their moment to show off what they have, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
And if they hold back some stuff, that's going to be bad on their part. That's going to be very bad on their part.
How long is the show? Did they say anything?
No, they didn't say anything.
Because if they hold back the initiative better bring something that's a killer app. Because remember, when Sony Studios, I don't think you know, they have more teams now. Like the studios have a lot of teams that start working on shit. When they finish, they immediately start the next game. Right now, you have Insomniac. You have 2 games right now. You got Guerrilla Games, who have Horizon Forbidden West. The next game they're gonna have Naughty Dog is starting on PS5. You got Sony Ben, who's working on IPs with the S. You got Japan Studio. You have Sony Santa Monica, who probably have God of War, some other shit. You have Media Monaco with Still with Dreams, which is a long-term plan. You have the new San Diego studio, which Sony doesn't. There's no leak or anything about what they're doing. So Sony has something as an ace too. But remember,
Oh no, I already know some of the stuff that they were going to show actually at that event.
Sony?
Yep, I already knew some of the stuff that they were going to show, but they
So did I, bro. There were 7 games specifically they didn't show.
So
Yeah.
can we confirm that Sony they were gonna have a? We're not halfway through, but we're almost halfway through this month. Is it confirmed that they were gonna have a July event? Because to my understanding, they were gonna have a July event.
They were.
And
they were going to have
every
a event based on the console itself, not games.
Breakdown. That's what they were supposed to do, but I don't know, like what happened.
I think they might be saving for the state of play. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, because it's one next month. I'm like, what's better way to show?
The things that they were going to show at that PlayStation event, they were huge. Like they were going to show off San Diego's new game, and presumably that's the new Uncharted. So they were going to show that, and Santa Monica, they were going to show the next God of War, but they decided to hold it back. So
that ain't all it was going to show. They had 3 multiplayer games they was going to show. I'm not telling you which ones. I just want you to be hype as me, because if I say so, they'll be like, "Oh, you're lying," and then when it happened, they're gonna be like,
"Is it
Halo?
Is it Halo 7?"
No. Actually, Sony is going back in their past for certain type games. Do you remember the game Time Splitters?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, THQ know that this, like, you know, they shift their licenses around, and they gave it back to Deep Silver, you know, Volition for that. That game's supposed to be coming back, and they were supposed to show Saints Row 5, but they don't know which console to market it with. So that was supposed to be shown, I think, at the PlayStation 5 event.
Yeah, see, the thing is,
apparently was real. Like,
yeah.
So
Saints Row's been doing much better on PlayStation, but it was marketed first with Xbox, as you remember, because the first one was always exclusive and never went anywhere. Which is crazy. Never went anywhere.
It wasn't their fault, because, you know, the PS3 was late. And
exactly. And a lot of people need to understand that if the PS3 launched on time and people saw, even at $600, it was keeping up with Xbox or outselling Xbox. If it was day and date with the Xbox 360, I don't think a lot of developers would have picked Xbox.
I really don't think so.
Yeah, but this generation, we saw the scenario that would happen if both systems launched at the same exact time, and one system, you know, had a cheaper price and the other one had a higher price.
They have the same price. I want to see how they fare. I really want to see.
Yeah, but remember, after the first year, Xbox dropped the camera and they had the same price as the PS4, and the PS4 still beat them.
That shit was freaking me out, because even Yoshida was like, they don't even know why PS4 is selling. Like,
exactly, bro. That shit was crazy.
I was like, Xbox did have some better kind of games. Sunset Overdrive versus Infamous. Infamous was the better game, but both of them was fun and wacky. So I would just give them both the props. But Forza Horizon, I believe it was 2.
Mm-hmm.
That was a beautiful game for its time. And then they had Gears Ultimate in 2014 or 2015. One of those. I think Xbox did have a good selection of games for that time, so I don't know why the PS4 was outselling it. But I think once what's the game came out? Which game came out? Call of Duty in 2014. Advanced Warfare,
Advanced War.
right?
Okay.
That was a killer for Xbox. It was that that bundle, that console was beautiful. Once they did that, that's what fucked up Titanfall. That game right there, they killed all the hype. And even Halo was showing that, Halo 5, all the hype for that was killed by the Call of Duty game until the next year.
And that right there is something
That
people
fucked
need
it
to
up.
worry about this holiday season. There are a lot of big games coming out.
Yes, Call of Duty is supposed to. I think the ones that came out, they're supposed to be getting enhancements as well. So
you got Cyberpunk and
case,
Assassin's Creed coming out the same fucking week.
Right, and I heard Warzone is supposed to get an update for PS5 and Xbox Series X as well. And
crazy,
Fortnite is as well. So there's a lot of shooters right now. So Rainbow Six Siege, I didn't hear Ubisoft say anything about it going the next gen, but I'm sure it will. If that's the case, then we're gonna have a lot of shooters this holiday season, a lot of games. So Halo, man, they would do numbers, but they hyping Cyberpunk as well. So that might be a conflict because you see what happened when they did Fallout 4 and Rise of the Tomb Raider at the same day. You saw what happened to Tomb Raider, right? So I don't think they want to cannibalize sales. They should stretch that shit out. So I don't know about that.
When it comes to third-party devs, they might not. They think that they need to compete with whoever else is out there, and I understand that. But I don't think it's a smart idea. That's me. I'm not gonna go out back and beat Infamous 2, but I'm about to go stream that shit. Because I don't know if anybody remembers on Infamous 2 when you pre-ordered the game, you got a samurai sword. Your amp had a samurai sword skin, and then it was another one where it turned it into Sly Cooper's cane, and then it was like 2 other type of melee weapon skins.
It was running on Series X. It was. Oh, okay.
Which one?
Valhalla.
That's not impressive at all.
That's terrible.
That is not impressive at all.
See what I mean?
Probably one of the
worst
things you can announce.
Like for somebody who they say Xbox.
Adam just said Rainbow Siege is going to next gen. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. They got a lot of people still play that shit.
That's terrible, bro. Like if that was Series X, bro, like because so far Ubisoft is doing more damage to Xbox than the whole fanboys.
Yeah.
Sony out here just toying.
Wait, that was like, X. Wait,
yes, it was. It was Series X. It was. The snippet was Series X.
Really bad.
And if they lie and say PC now, how? When it says work in progress. I only say work in progress is one if it's still being done. Okay, so with system, it'll say PC if it's still a work in progress. It would say alpha footage. Work in process means it's being optimized. How do you optimize for PC when it's a million of them?
That's what I was saying, bro. I told somebody that dumb shit today.
Like, you can't optimize really for PC. Like, really, you have to optimize for the engine for the game. And, the engine will help, with different rigs. So, yeah, that's how you optimize for PC, the engine. You don't optimize for the system itself. You could optimize for, like, to take advantage of the ray tracing aspects. But, yeah, that was on Series X. And tell me, anything you saw there, was it better than anything you see for PS5? Anybody having any game that looks better than?
What game?
No.
Just Valhalla. You see any game? Yeah. See, I'll give you that one.
What game you say, son?
The question was the question I asked everyone, the panel in the chat. Do y'all see any game on PS5 that looks worse than Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Hell
he said Godfall.
He said Godfall. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay.
Gotta recognize.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, but other than that, Kenna and all that shit, it's like indie games, so I don't really count those. But Horizon Forbidden West, people don't think the game is gonna look like that when it comes out. I'ma hate to spoil y'all shit, but when Horizon Dawn was shown for the first time, the release game looks better than the trailers. As for Uncharted 4, except the first trailer, it was on PC, but yeah. I wish them luck in July because at this point, bro, they keep disappointing at this point. And Sick would be the one to tell me why you disappointed. Because you see, me as someone who likes technology, right? Engineering, that's my niche right there. I appreciate technology and what can be done with it. When you don't take advantage of it, I treat that as disrespect because people put hard work into the shit and you don't take advantage of it. I think that's a waste of resources.
There you go. I agree with that.
So like you know what it'd
The
be
waste
like,
of French people.
yo, for real, like because Ubisoft thing, but like you know when it'd be like objects doesn't have feelings.
Francois.
Like to me, I treat it as such. Like everything
Hey
that's
Sam, you
created
see how
has
good
a
this
purpose.
damn game looks? This
Which
is
game?
a
I'm still
Infamous.
watching this
PS3,
mind-blowing Valhalla footage.
bro. This is Infamous 2. This is a PS3 title. This is all in game. Why should I
Which
even
PS3?
compare this to fucking what Ubisoft showed? And I'm streaming this, by the way.
Oh, they got drinking minute games of Valhalla. Do they have that in Second Son?
Yeah, maybe they do. No, I'm
No.
playing Infamous 2, not Second Son. The PS.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Wait, you play PS3?
Look at this. And I'm streaming
Hold
this
on,
on PlayStation now. Why do the character models look?
hold on. Let me go back to your stream, bro, because right now I was on. Oh, of course, Digital Foundry would do a fucking video right after that. That's not next gen trailer footage, bro. That shit looks terrible. And Sony uploaded it on PlayStation. They already uploaded all the trailers already, so.
What I don't get is you see, and to me this is the biggest jump from any of the
Which
first
game
party
is this?
studios, right?
This is Infamous 2 for the PS3.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. I just wanted
This
to.
No,
is
it's okay,
What was
man.
your
this is in game.
Like you see the jump they made from part one to part two. Why does every Assassin's Creed game look exactly the same? They've made like 10
Because
different Assassin's
Yeah, I
Creed
don't
games or
know,
whatever.
bro. Infamous 2 looked
the
amazing
engine,
compared to 1.
the engine hasn't
I
changed.
got a
That's why.
super chat here from my boy Frostbite. I've been waiting for him. Just put a picture in the PlayStation Legion Discord.
Let me see.
Show the amazing work journalists from The Verge provided to the gaming community. I got you. I got you.
I gotta see this.
Well then, well you'll get the free version of
Ubisoft
PS5 too.
confirms that you get the free PS5 upgrade to Watch Dogs Legion. You will need to keep the PS5 in the disk drive. If you have a digital version of Watch Dogs Legion, then no worries. But if you buy the disc version of the PS4 and then buy a discless PS4, then okay.
Why would I buy
Yeah,
the physical
bro,
if
the
I know I'm
physical
gonna
at
get the
You
240.
discless
know what,
PS5?
Yeah,
bro? You know what?
like
Such an idiot.
he just
Ubisoft
being a
is
smart ass,
stupid
bro.
dumb, bro. Really fucking
No, it's
stop.
that guy. I hate that guy. That he's basically an Xbox show. That Tom Warren guy.
Oh, him?
Yeah,
I
it's not
had
even
him blocked and
Ubisoft.
I unblocked him, and I thought that a lot of the shit he said was either sarcastic or he's like, I didn't know, bro. Like, this
He's
guy.
another Aaron Greenberg,
Oh, he's
or
a
he's trying
douche.
to be,
He's a douchebag, basically.
but he doesn't work for them.
Tom Warren is an asshole. He loves the drama and all of that bullshit. Like that's when you have a grown man that acts like a child,
Yeah,
like Phil Spencer. Like those are the people you just don't want to listen
That
to and all that.
that splice of Valhalla was running on the Xbox Series X. Okay, buddy, I got you. What Adam, what is you Adam showed like these graphics, right? For these games. If this is fucking if this is what I think it is, bro, this is a beautiful game. I think Adam posted some images of Far Cry 6 and it looks, I take back everything I said. It looks very, very good.
Sony is going to announce for Control.
That looks
It's going to have ray
that
tracing and
looks
everything.
good.
Watch.
Yeah.
Remedy is going to be next.
Okay, Far Cry 6 is I would label that as a day one. It looks really good from the raw screenshots that I've just saw on the Legion. Let me do something for you guys. Let me get these images. Let me get these images up so we can have that a part of the slideshow. This
Ooh,
shit looks
1080.
really, really good.
1080p. Wow. Okay. Ah, it was 1080p. What the fuck?
The images?
The game.
Which one?
The trailer for Far Cry 6. It was 1080p.
Oh, well.
Hey, man.
Look,
I told y'all, bro, don't expect much.
They gotta take advantage of the new hardware, like you said. They just have to. That's what they gotta do. I don't care how they do it, but they gotta do it. Let me get this image right here for you guys. But I'm just saying, like, if a PS3 game can hold a candle to modern day Ubisoft games, it's a weird thing.
That's like what Thrash did, Metal Gear Solid 4 versus PS5.
Oh yeah.
That was funny.
It's just it's a sad reality, but it happens all the time. You know, we don't want it to happen, but it happens.
I'm just looking like, bro, like
images
Ubisoft,
good, but I just want to know what system it's running on. Looks like it
Ubisoft really like, you know, when you see something, you just be disgusted, like, bro, how do you have the pride enough to come and show this, right? I'm just looking at it like, how did they really was proud enough and brave enough, literally, to come out here, have this showing with this whack ass footage. The games don't even look that good, except for Far Cry, and that was CG. That was literally like movie. That wasn't like gameplay, like. And they all doing it, marketing the Xbox. So I'm looking at them with a side eye, like, what are they trying to do, like?
Well, they don't want to. They don't want to show any ground up games for next gen. That's what I get from Ubisoft. Like, they don't want to show anything that's ground up for next gen. I don't know what's up with Xbox, because they haven't shown us anything that's only on Xbox Series X.
That's why
and not available for PC. So I need to understand. Do they understand that there is a next gen we're stepping into at the end of the year? Like, I need.
That's why they're doing a free upgrade. That's why they're doing a free upgrade.
Frostbite, thank you for that, bro. I'm gonna try to get that up on screen too. Save that for the playlist.
Jay, that's why they're doing the free upgrades for you, so you don't have no excuse to be like, oh, we getting a free upgrade anyway.
Yeah. Tom Warren is a dick, bro.
Mocha Loco, why you keep jumping out? Like, what happened? This is like the third time I've seen that happen.
What, he jumped out of the party?
Yeah, like they keep moving him out or something.
Fucking Discord is horrible, bro. There's too many people on this bitch now.
But you see, when I left...
No, it's not Discord. I'm just doing it because I'm working, so I had to talk to somebody.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. You are working.
Man, you can mute yourself.
Nah, he working on a new indie game called Far Cry 9.
Which Far Cry is this? 6 or 7?
That's 6. It looks... it might be running on a PC. It looks really, really good. A little bit too good.
Wait, what was the Far Cry game that you was in a primal? Far Cry Primer. That game right there, that was nice. That was a really good game that I had fun with. They should make more games like that. Because right now, Horizon Zero Dawn took that from them. In a way. Because, you know, Tomb Raider, you could get in the animals and everything. Horizon Zero Dawn taking all of that from them with Guerrilla Games. So, I think Ubisoft need to find a niche because Assassin's Creed is getting old at this point. That's the only game they have. Somebody is going to make a game like that. Like right now, you see Ghost of Tsushima, right? That's basically a real Assassin's Creed game in Japan, right? When that game turns out to be the hit that it was going to be, watch that. Watch how the Assassin's Creed shit is going to lower. Right now, you have a first-party studio from Sony that's technically trying to take over a job from third party. The only game they don't have right now is a shooter that would take over that third party. Like Microsoft has Halo, but even that can't conquer third party shooters. If Sony gets more shooters, like, because Gran Turismo is still this top selling racing game.
I'm telling you, when this game came out and I was playing this on the PS3, this shit was a crazy ass set piece. It's still crazy. Infamous 2, bro.
When I played Infamous 2, my PS3 crashed because I was moving too fucking fast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because you know, when you could swim and all of that, when you go fast, my shit crashed because I was going too fast. And, you know, I was like, you know, when they give you that error, like, it'll just start playing, then it'll freeze. and then the blue screen. It was gray on the PS3. Whenever like an error occurred and other things you could do, like wipe the disk, reboot your system like that. That happened to me twice because that was a 60 frames per second game. No matter what nobody tell you, that's 60 frames per second. I know because I had the counter to prove it. So games that look better than Xbox games, it's shocking to me because if you have a console that's more powerful than a less powerful console,
Look at
you
these
have the
fucking
bandwidth.
graphics, guys.
Well, they had the bandwidth and they had
Wow.
the RAM advantage, bro. Like with the Xbox One X, and they never took advantage of it. I really feel bad for Xbox dudes, bro. Y'all basically getting robbed, and y'all allowed them to do
For
it. Y'all
real,
dumbass.
bro.
Like that's why I see why Sick Humor sometimes just be violating, and then at times he just be like, you know what? I'm not even gonna worry myself, because they be proud to be like, I can get this on Game Pass. I don't gotta buy games. But just earlier this generation, you was bragging about how you was buying Xbox because it had better games, and you were buying the games. Now Phil says you don't have to buy the games. Now you okay with rating? Bro, what? No executive gonna ever tell me what the fuck I'm gonna do. They work for us. They keep forgetting that, JTech. And it pisses me off now to see Xbox. They're trying to do right now what Sony was doing. Like, you see how developers are marketing the PlayStation 5 more than Sony? They're trying to get Ubisoft to do that for the Xbox. And if you notice, it's doing more harm than good. Because Sony showed you an engine demo with the Unreal Engine. They still think, oh, that's why Epic Games was dick riding. No, they literally was shocked. Like, if they think it was just a minority stake, why they was doing that? Bruh, they showed you a fucking demo live on the system. They're showing you what they was able to achieve with just the system. And that's only using like what? They said not even most of the GPU of the PlayStation 5. I believe that. But I just think right now Microsoft needs to find their own shit, learn how to market their own stuff, and stop worried about third parties. Because right now they have all them studios, and all them studios games in the first 2 years are going to be on the Xbox One, Xbox One X, and the Xbox One S. Um, and it disappoints me because I know people are so excited for next gen, and they're going to get current gen with higher frame rates. That might sound good at first, but when you look at it, basically they're basically telling you go out to get a new system to do the same thing you're doing now, and they're going to do it blindly. And it's disappointing to see my fellow gamers be so stupid. That's why I diss the Xbox people if y'all don't know by now. Because I was brought up to where you care for everybody,
Damn, I fucked his head up.
and you can have gamers on any platform. They ruined an Xbox, bro.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean they
but
they look they didn't accept the new IPs and buy them. It is what it is. That's just Xbox fans. Now they don't have anything new, and nothing to defend their system with, so they have to go with whatever Phil Spencer says, because they don't know what's right anymore. I mean, they do, but as far as defending their system, it's like they don't know. They don't fucking know, bro.
they don't know what to do at this point.
Exactly.
And plus,
I
that's not
died.
their fault.
They're saying it looked
Microsoft
like Phil Spencer smoked a blunt in that little,
Yo,
I
he
guess,
be
Ubisoft
hard.
thing.
But he be hard all the time. Like, I don't think you realize, like,
You said
the dude, the corner of his eye be red. Like,
Sipping on that Snoop Dogg juice.
Hey, cut that out. Snoop Dogg juice.
He confirmed it was ray tracing, all this other stuff, and he saw the game look like dog shit.
You know, I don't really invite people here, but I do want to invite Emmanuel back. I want to invite him to the Legion chat, bro. I don't know, maybe a Sunday show, maybe a podcast. I gotta pick this guy's brain about some of the shit. Like, he says he gets everything from Digital Foundry, but something Digital Foundry covered that would show PlayStation is better, he didn't see it on Digital Foundry. I just chopped off half of this dude's fucking head, lightning bolts and shit.
You're playing on PlayStation Now right now, right?
Yeah, PlayStation Now, and this is a PS3 title.
No, I want you to rethink what I just asked you.
Yeah.
Actually, are you playing right now on PS Now, right?
Yeah.
That's streaming, correct?
Yep.
And you're streaming on YouTube, correct?
Yep.
Are you having any issues?
Not a single one. Not a single one.
Y'all want to say something now about PlayStation Now being trashed with latency and all that? Oh, PS5 is going to fix that, by the way.
Oh yeah, on a whole nother level. Shit might even be 60 frames. Who knows? I mean,
Aren't they using the Azure servers now?
I don't think they are. I don't know.
They use Amazon servers, Amazon Web Service. Sony uses right now, and it's cheaper for them though because they have a lot of them, especially in Europe. But Azure is more predominant in Europe, believe it or not, than America. America obviously it does.
So my point for even starting up PlayStation Now is that there are games that exclusive first-party devs created back in the fucking day that looks better than what Ubisoft was showing us off today in 2020, which is embarrassing. Even if you go forward to infamous Second Son, it completely demolishes the shit that we saw from Ubisoft. How is that possible? Why is that possible? This shit looked amazing when it first came out, bro. A lot of people could not even believe what the fuck they were seeing.
And the funny thing is, it's on a streaming service right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so another reason is obviously, you know, Sucker Punch is about to bring out another game. Completely different from what they normally bring out. It's gonna be pretty dope.
I remember.
I never liked Zeke.
That's not the only
I never liked Zeke. Well, he was supposed to be a wannabe Elvis.
Then he got jealous. I always hated that fat fuck. It's like, Cole, why do you got powers and not me? I mean, you're fat and stupid.
Hey, you cut that out. Okay.
That'll become a cliche thing.
You cut all that out.
Like, did you ever finish seeing Jessica Jones? It was the same thing. The friend got jealous of the person who got the powers. They ended up fighting. I've seen that shit like a million times.
Bro, there were so many, like, people didn't understand. Infamous was like a kind of an action RPG. It had so many RPG elements in this fucking game, bro. It's not even funny. I'm trying to figure out where the section of like your DLC is, but I don't know if they had it in this game. So I don't think in the stream version, which is the PlayStation Now version, I don't think I could change what my sword looked like. Cause I remember I was right here, and I changed what my amp looked like, and it looked like a fucking samurai sword. And I was like, why would they allow me to have a samurai sword on a game that's based off of superheroes? And then we got Ghost of Tsushima this gen, at the end of the gen. Obviously, this area doesn't look the best.
I'm back, bro. All I want to say to y'all is this. I'm glad, and even though I don't need this type of justification or acceptance for anybody, I'm glad I chose PlayStation as my predominant platform because over the years, you know, you play so many different genres of games. Not saying Xbox didn't have any, but PlayStation really took it a step farther and they continue to grow and outdo themselves. They want to do it. People were like, oh, they have to because they broke. But why not do something you like doing as a job? They say if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life.
There you go.
Correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, you're right.
That's why I think that Sony shines in because even though they're a business as well, like Microsoft, and of course they love money. They don't like it, they love money. They legit enjoy their product. They'd be proud of themselves. Like you see when Microsoft made the Xbox One X, you see how proud of themselves they was? That's the passion I think they should have in their games, and they cannot do that. As a software company and games and software. That's why I get so pissed off. Because it's like they know what to do, but not how to do it. So what they choose to do is try to steal from PlayStation, like, the people who work there, studios. It's not that they're owned by PlayStation, but still, they try to pattern PlayStation in a way, but in an American way, like, this is Xbox. They try to put their humor on it, that bullshit, but like, I think the initiative, bro, is a studio that you should look out for. Though I think they would do some type of games that's a hits. Them and Playground Games and Ninja Theory. I think them holding that back is a mistake because if so, and it's a hit game, that would make people be like, okay, look, Xbox have hit games, and then they already know Sony got hit games. But if Sony already hold back, then they're gonna be like, oh, we know Sony hold back, and they're gonna want to see it. And if Sony does that, they're gonna murder Xbox again.
How the fuck do you do this shit? Wounded kill. Yeah, that's right. You had the good and evil. Again, I don't think they're gonna have that here, but they're gonna have something else. Well, at least I got across. Oh shit! Oh! Oh fuck! Oh, now I'm a bad guy because I killed the whole fucking town. Oh shit! Oh my god, I forgot about this fucking game. Oh wow. Well, hey. Well, at least I killed. Wow. Fuck out of here, bitch. I don't really think I need to heal anybody, but it's cool. I forgot all about this game. They have so many different, options and shit, things you can do. I'm guessing Ghost of Tsushima is gonna be similar.
It definitely is.
You can decide to do something or not decide to do something.
I have no clue how this game finished at a lower Metacritic than the first. It was far superior.
Oh, hell yeah, bro. It was much better. Wow.
Infamous in general was better as a game, and they never really put respect on it because based off the PS3 reputation, it was never really appreciated. Just like the Resistance games from Insomniac, and even what else games they had? Ratchet and Clank games.
Yeah.
They sold like 2 million each on every game on PS3, which is not bad for Insomniac. But you had, and I think this is Sony fault too. They just market Naughty Dog last gen, and I think that was a big mistake. They always say right now Naughty Dog saved the PS3, which they did, but they was not alone. Killzone, they never marketed.
No. I don't know who I don't think I've ever met anybody who said that, but I was there.
Say that.
Bro, I was there from 2008 to the time that, we were ready to go next gen. I don't regard Naughty Dog as the people that like saved it or made me feel comfortable. Like, yeah. There was
commercially
so many
commercially they started their whole kind of comeback, if you want to call it, Metal Gear Solid 4. That's where it all
That's
started.
in 2008. Yeah, that's where it
Yeah.
started. Kojima really
Yeah, Little Big
did
Planet, that, a couple other games, and then
And
you know it kind
remember,
of started rolling from there.
GTA 4 came out that year as well, even though it was marketed
Yeah,
by
that was a great year.
Xbox. But remember, the PS3s was selling a lot that year. Not as much as say the PS3 sold the most in 2008 than it did in the last 2 years. And then remember 2009, Uncharted 2 came. What else came?
Yeah, Demon
Another
Souls. You
Demon
had
Souls.
Infamous, Killzone 2.
That shit right there online, like PS3 really started overdoing it in 2009. That was a scary year for Xbox because that's when they first party started.
That's when people was like, "Oh shit, bro!
Oh shit!
They can do
PS3,
something."
I gotta get.
Yep.
Yeah, and then remember that's when the DLCs came out.
It was
for
definitive
GTA.
that I had to get a PS3 in 2008 because I had started my first job in February of that year, and I wanted to get the 60 gig model for backwards compatibility. Also, the E3 of that year was really good, showing what was going to happen in 2009, what was going to happen in the later part of 2008. A lot of people ignore E3 2008. E3 2008 showed that Sony was back on their shit.
Which one? 2008?
Yeah, I had saw a Little Big Planet from that E3 PlayStation Home, which really I gravitated to. I did learn about Infamous, the first one, in 2008. It was a lot of shit in 2008 that was like, hey, I need this PS3, bro. And then they really lifted off on 2009. 2009 was the one where they was like, okay, yeah, we did all right, but this is what we got. This is what we're doing for the rest of the generation. You getting this?
Yeah,
you that.
They did that too.
Mm-hmm.
They started to show games that was coming out ahead, like in a while. Like that's what they really started to show off. And I remember they had that guy that maybe next year who started marketing PSVR. I mean PS Move.
Mm-hmm.
And they did a little wacky commercials for PS Home, like. On the real, PS3 really was. I always say I believe PS3 was the best PlayStation console they ever created. That was like their baby, like a compilation of everything they wanted to do, even though it's fucked up. Look how they turned out now. Like the PS3 turned out to be a hit. As online had issues, like I would say, if you had the PS3 with the online and social aspect of the PS4. You have a monster of a machine, and I think right now the PS5 might be like that. Hopefully. But yeah, games like God of War 2, when I first played God of War 2 on PS, I forgot which one. Which one God of War 2 came out on? PS2 or 3?
2. But then they made a remaster of 1 and 2 on PS3.
Alright, so when I first played that, right, when it started up and shit, I knew that game was 60 frames per second. That shit was so pretty of a game for PS2 hardware. And when you think in your mind, like engineering, be like, how is this possible? That's what I do. I analyze shit. Like how sick you telling you. Like I'm really like that. So that's why I think fucks with 6 so much. But yeah. But when you see games like Uncharted 2, God of War 2, Killzone 2, God of War 3, what the fuck is Little Big Planet 2? I'm thinking of 3 games. Resistance 2.
I got Heavy Rain. Demon Souls.
What's the other one?
Demon Souls, God of War 3.
I'm specifically talking about 2009.
Oh, it's first party?
Demon Souls as well. Yeah, it could be first party or not. Gran Turismo.
Yeah, Gran Turismo 5 Prologue.
5, yes.
Yeah.
5 Prologue. I just forgot the ending part. When you started to see those games, right, and you think back at them now, you don't think they look as good as current games, but for their time, they look awesome. And when you look at 360 games, they look good as well, right? They did. But the problem is, what I just said, they look good, and they look good. They're not outshining PlayStation. And they had the stronger GPU last gen. They did. The 360, and then the Xenon CPU was all of that. Was weaker, but as you know, the RAM shit, the unified memory of the 360 was better than the PS3. So that's not the case. While what I'm saying is basically this long run-on thing I'm telling you is Xbox is not outshining PlayStation. and that's a problem because they had the hardware. Every generation, except this generation, will do so. I mean, the OG Xbox was 5 times powerful than PS2. 5 times. 5 PS2s will give you the OG Xbox. 5. Not 1, 2, 3, 5. You can
Okay,
prove that.
excuse me a little
What's,
bit, Spartan. These are the
what's up?
images from Far Cry 6. So these images you're
I saw
seeing,
them.
I put them up on the slideshow. So if you guys were wondering, these 4 images are from Far Cry 6. They look pretty damn good.
That looks very damn good, bro. But they 1080p though.
I think they should have showed off some gameplay. It looked like it was ready to be shown. Yeah. I regard the PS3 as probably one of the most underrated gaming consoles out there. So many people didn't even come over in 2009. There were people that were coming over in 2011, which I could not understand at all. I was like, what the fuck? Why are you guys coming over so late? They showed you that they could support you as a gamer with different experiences and different types of games for years. I just think it got a bad rep. It was a mixture of a lot of things. $600, the online infrastructure not being ready. Launching a year later. Yeah.
I'm proud of PlayStation though.
They
I'll be honest
didn't
with
give
you.
up. That's what I like about them.
Not just that. They take pride in their shit. Like they're not just doing it for money. They take
Definitely.
pride in doing it. Like that they're able to accomplish. They shock themselves sometimes, and then they always never try to get comfortable. They always try to go beyond it. I know people see like all Sony does is third-person adventure game. You know how long it took them to get there to do that shit? Sony had every genre in every PlayStation era, except really this one. From first party wise,
Mhm.
Sony had RTS games, JRPGs, CRPGs, even the computer games that you can play on a computer. Those type of games made for the first PlayStation, the one without the sticks. Regular RPGs, racing games, fighting games, other strategy games. Like Sony had everything over the years. So I don't get why people get mad now when they try their hands in I feel like third person action games. I don't see that as a problem.
They
They
Exactly.
still
have
support
games,
all
right?
the other genres.
Exactly.
Right, and
They
that's the
did.
funny thing. Like right now, like the RPG seems to be like the highlight of this gen, right? RPG type games. Obsidian is the best studio for that. I don't care what nobody says. Have you noticed Sony started putting RPG elements into their games? Like Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War has it, Days Gone has it, Spider-Man has it, where you can upgrade your character.
Yeah.
I think people are missing that elements. You don't need to have the full-on game where you gotta loot and you know um, level up. You don't have to have the full on, but they have games that have elements of other games that people are failing to miss out on. So when I hear people say like Sony only does one thing, I'll be like, how? When the game you playing that's third party, they have elements of that, which makes it an RPG in their first party games.
Look at Call of Duty 4. I think they're probably the ones that started with that RPG shit. They put
They
all
did.
that stuff in Call of Duty 4, and I noticed every other game just started copying it. Like, really, no matter
Mhm.
what the genre was.
Even Halo did.
Yeah.
Like even Halo did.
Oh. Yeah. I
Halo
think I
4.
think the Halo Xbox fans are in
Like,
for a treat.
leveling up,
Infinite is gonna be a.
perks.
Perks. Yes, that's the word, right?
Yep.
Perks.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what I'm looking for. And look, that was Activision. That was a third party game. They started that shit. And look, people started copying them. Y'all see what I'm saying now? Like, that's why I say nobody. I mean, Xbox related. Microsoft, they're not doing themselves justice. They don't have no identity. They used to have, Xbox used to be synonymous with party chat and online gaming and shit, right? They're still known for online gaming, but party chat everybody has now, except for the Switch. When you
The
think of a
original
social
Xbox
console,
that.
right? The original Xbox had it. The
Okay.
Nintendo DS had this shit. The group chat which you could be in, with 4 people at once. It was black, and you could write messages to people. A fucking handheld console had party chat in a way. You could bing your two systems together and talk. I had it, and I used it. But right now, the PlayStation is known as the most sociable console. So right now, Xbox lost out on that. I still think network-wise, I think they're the same. I don't think neither has an advantage over the other. The controller, that's up to y'all, so I don't give a fuck. But I think right now the DualSense looks more appealing. But yeah, I think Xbox needs to have something that differentiates themselves from PlayStation. Because remember, I said it earlier, we're gonna have the same consoles again, the same architecture, the same fucking style of games. You're gonna have shooters. They're gonna have all the multiplats. They're gonna have shooter games, racing games, action games, RPGs. You're gonna have all of that. The specs are all high, so you're gonna have some of the same frame rates, the same resolutions. There's nothing that's gonna differentiate them two from each other. And this is the third gen in a row. Like, come the fuck on, do something different. Ray tracing is not going to be different because PlayStation is going to have it. You say 120 frames per second, PlayStation is going to have that. You have 4K, PlayStation is going to have that. You have, what else they have? Machine learning. I'm sure PlayStation 5 is going to have that because Mark Sony is big on that. It might not be as efficient as Xbox. It might, I just think they need to get themselves together and do it
Yeah.
fast because it's a new generation.
Look, this is the thing. Speed, not to put any puns out there, but speed is not something that they're skilled in. They just got these studios that they should have been picked up, or other studios they should have picked up many years ago, maybe even a generation or two ago. They're just now focusing on how important first party studios are, first party games, and anybody expects them to have these studios produce Sony level quality games. It's not happening. Whatever you want them to do, they're not gonna be able to bounce back from what's going on. It almost took PlayStation a whole generation to bounce back. Almost a whole generation to bounce back from the launch of the PS3, but they still did it and they never gave up. Xbox gave up halfway through. They said, "Okay, well, you guys don't like us. That's it."
That's not the only generation, Jay. Their first generation, they also did that.
Who?
They came full circle. Remember, they gave up 4 years in on the OG Xbox and rushed
Oh
the
yeah,
360 to market.
yeah.
So it's not the first time.
That was all their fault too. If you really wanted to come into the console race, if you wanted to come into the console race, even though we all know the history, you should have been there from the beginning. No, you waited until Sega died, and then you incorporated everything that was the fucking Dreamcast. Then you used that.
Terrible.
Yeah, you used that to build upon the Xbox. You did not have your own controller before Dreamcast
That's a good
died.
idea.
Huh?
Actually, they did on PC. They did. They did.
Before Dreamcast came out?
Yeah, because Microsoft was one of the developers
What
who
did the controller look
software.
like?
It looked like how the Dreamcast controller looked.
Bro, they was copying the whole
was
time,
wired.
bro.
Yeah, so it's not like I can't say they.
That's the thing. They never had their own
controller.
original idea. Even jumping into the console race was not their own original idea.
It wasn't.
Even with the Kinect. Do you guys remember the Kinect story? Before Kinect came out this gen, they went to somebody that had already developed the technology and they acquired it. They never made anything ground up. They were chasing after whatever Nintendo and Sony was doing for a long, long time.
But that wasn't their fault that time because they was actually working on artificial, augmented reality. They was started working on that since 2010. Them and Apple, there was kind of a race. So that part I kind of agree on them doing, buying them out so they can incorporate the console. They got a head start with the motion tracking technology and everything. So that part is totally innocent when it comes to Kinect. But, however, Kinect was never their idea. The word Kinect was originally for PS2, the iToy. the selling point was Connect and that same exact spelling. And you could go back in history and check.
Yeah, I
It
know.
was spelled Kinect in Japan.
The thing is, Sony, Nintendo, they had already been proven when it came to motion controls and as far as Sony with motion control cameras.
Sony has the
Microsoft,
tech for that.
yeah,
So they
Microsoft,
fucked.
as far as everybody, the casuals, gamers, when we saw that shit appear on their system, it was at least a generation and a half after PlayStation had been messing around with the iToy. That's what I told a lot of Nintendo fans, you know, that they were
Nintendo
doing
copied it.
R&D tests with motion control with a ball on a stick for years before the Wii came out. They just wanted to wait until it was the right time. They did not know if the gamers were ready for motion control games. And I still don't think that we were ready. Because when they came out, it wasn't a huge adoption rate. Not like VR. Actually, VR is bigger. I believe it's bigger than motion control gaming, despite the Wii. If you take away the Wii,
No, it's not.
if you take away the Wii, I think that there are more people that like VR right now than motion control between fucking the PlayStation Move and the Kinect. Again,
Money, I'll tell you that.
if you
It's
take
correct.
away the casual aspect of the Wii.
Mm-hmm.
Connect
know how
broke
you
a Guinness
can prove
World
that?
Record initially.
You said what about?
No,
Kinect?
that's been broken.
Yeah, no, I'm saying when the
What?
Connect came out, like what's VR, like 6 million? Like Connect sold way more than that.
How much did
Connect
Kinect sell?
Dude, Connect sold like more than 30 million.
For real?
Yeah, okay.
48 million, bro. The first one. It sold. It really did.
So
like,
that's why they incorporated. That's why they tried
That's
to
why I
incorporate
said,
it with the. But
vote
that
with
was,
your wallets.
bro. But listen to this, bro. That shit. It only fucking sold that much because of casuals. Let me put it this way. Let me be more specific. If you take out the casual gamers, mommy, aunts, uncle, grandparents that got the Kinect for their kids, or kids that wanted it in their house, if you take away that demographic, how many copies, how many cameras of Kinect you think sold to real gamers, hardcore gamers? Not a lot.
You could say the same with the PS4, man. A lot of
I
the
think
people are
about 10.
casual fuckers.
I agree. I know I got it for the games that I wanted to play. Like,
Hey, JTech,
mhm.
do you see the thing that's going on with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith?
Yeah, I saw that.
I want to put something in the Discord. You know that Disney movie Entangled?
Enchanted. I know about
Enchanted, yeah.
Yeah.
Enchanted. They did Entangled instead. Look at this shit.
Yeah,
Yo,
I
look
just
at
think that they were really naive to think that their whole demographic was the ones buying the Kinect camera, and that if they forced it upon the people in the next gen, that it would still have that type of success. And they found out that it wasn't the people you thought was buying the camera or wanted the camera. That's when Microsoft really found out who their real install base was, who their real fan base was. It was not the casuals. It was the people that really went out and brought Xboxes for hardcore shooting games, like Call of Duty and Halo.
Nah.
And they did not like that shit, bro.
The real 360 gamers back then wasn't real. There was the people who came from PS2 because the PS3 was so expensive and they wanted an easier console because they had more games.
Yeah, it was expensive and it was a
basically,
year out. Yeah.
Last gen, the 360 was the PlayStation version, the next gen PS2 version of last gen until the PS3 caught up. The 360 was basically another PlayStation in a way, just on the Xbox. That's it. That was not different. PS2 had online gaming. Microsoft took it a step further. You had games where most of the exclusives was third party, just like PS2. You had little first party games like PS2 did. They just copy everything PlayStation did.
Exactly. But again, bro, you can copy someone else, right? Nobody can tell you can't. But it's just not a lot of circumstances where you're gonna be successful as that person you're copying. I've saw it in life. In life, people literally copying off of other people, and they just don't. It's not the same outcome. I think Xbox should have knew that. Sorry, I'm just, you could say the same thing with the cartoon wars between Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, where there were some copying going on with the TV shows, but one was the winner and the other one lost. You know,
Nickelodeon Cartoon Network. Right
yeah.
now, Nickelodeon is fucking them up.
Oh yeah, now, but when I was growing up in the 90s,
Cartoon Network
yeah,
was
Cartoon
whipping
Network
that
was the
ass.
fucking king. In the early 2000s, they were the king.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just think that Microsoft, it's too late for them to find their own identity. But if they do want a future in this industry where they're still making a gaming console, they should try everything to make sure they have their own identity.
Like
But
what? What?
well, even though their fans don't go out and buy games, still bring out games that are first party. Bring out, games that you think that they need to try.
No, no,
Keep
no, 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 no. I don't think you get me. I said, remember, you had identity. Halo was for the first, PS was for 360, Forza was for this one.
mm,
I asked you, what type of game for the Series
for
X? Like,
for
what
for the
kind of thing?
Series X that will be their identity.
Yes. Yeah, because Halo's a
No
shooter.
clue.
Yes, it's a shooter. Forza's a racer.
Yeah, I have
So
no fucking clue. I
that's
have
the
no
that's
clue
the
because
problem.
they already messed on the way to this generation. They fucked up. They lost their identity because there would not be a Gears, Halo, or Forza. I mean, they will be on Xbox Series X, but it's not their identity when that game is available on another platform. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what game that's new that's coming from a first-party studio. If a gamer can sit up here and say, if they do any more migration to the PC community, oh, I can play this game on PC. Then where's your identity? Especially if you got Xbox executives like Matt Booty and Phil Spencer supporting the PC community. Like, again, what is the identity of the Xbox console? What game?
I
What
thought
game?
booty was the identity.
Shut up.
Bro, this fucking guy, bro.
I mean,
Booty.
you could sit up there and say Hellblade, but Emmanuel was on the fucking Thrash's podcast yesterday. He said he didn't like the first one because the puzzles were too hard. But he was up
Which
there,
one?
Emmanuel, the Hellblade 1. He said the puzzles
That
were
was
too
not
hard.
hard, bro.
Well,
You
I
just
mean,
had to have
that's
patience.
what he says as an Xbox casual gamer, not a real gamer, casual gamer. So he's still saying he likes Hellblade 2, but he didn't like Hellblade 1. So a lot of people were asking him, why are you excited about Part 2? And he says, because it looks good. But if it has puzzles and it plays the same way as Part 1, then you're not going to like it. So there's kind of no point of you hyping it up. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I could say that Hellblade 2 is their identity for Xbox Series X when it's going to be day and date on PC. And the first one came out first on PC and PS4. So I don't know what their identity will be. Obviously, they need a new IP. They need a new good IP. You see how fast Horizon rolls to what the spot that it is? Where it was one of the most popular games shown off at the PS5 event.
It was the most popular.
It was. So,
yeah.
Can Xbox bring out a brand new IP that can rise to that level that fast?
Oh, another thing, Jay, they started off too mature on Xbox. Remember, PlayStation started off with Crash Bandicoot, really. Like, they had Metal Gear Solid and all the mature games, but mainly, PlayStation pushed kids' games as well. Like more platformers and stuff. Sony also pushes Ratchet and Clank, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, and all those other games. Microsoft has never done that, really. So that could be for them. You never know. They could come up with a new IP, a platformer that could be a hit. That doesn't have to be the face in their identity, but I just think they need to push more of that as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna sit up here and lie. I mean, they definitely need something like that. I agree. I just don't know if they can do it. I mean, they have the resources, bro. They have all the money in the world, and they can't get their shit together. I can't believe it, man. That's the excuse that Xbox fans made a lot. Like, that Sony is going bankrupt and Microsoft has all the money, so they're better.
Sony was never going bankrupt.
I'm just saying, that's what the fanboys have been saying for years now. Actually, they've been saying this shit since last gen. And I just don't understand it. I don't know. I don't know what Xbox really needs to do. I just think that there's not a backwards button right now. You can
I wish
only
them
go
luck though.
forward. Yeah, I wish them the
Because
best of luck, but there's not a backwards button. You have already started putting all your games on PC. You know, you can't make those games exclusive and expect to get the same amount of sales anymore. You have already invested heavily into Game Pass, so there's no point in trying to get your gamers to buy a game for $60 anymore. There are so many things that you have already done that you just can't go back on. You're on this path to ruin, and I don't know how you can stop going down this path. And with all that we
Made
saw,
$11
that's the
million
plan.
last year, Jason.
what you say?
they were trying to.
How's that?
No, I really didn't hear you. What did you say? Never mind. What were you saying, Spartan?
Me?
Yeah, what was you about to say?
No, you were saying something. He said about path, right? And then he had said something, and I said, "What did you say?"
Oh.
I was trying to hear what both of y'all were saying because I didn't hear.
Oh no, I'm just saying I don't think that they could stop going down the path of, going the way of Sega. But
Oh, okay. That's what I
like
thought you said.
the way that Sega went out, it was so sad. Every gamer didn't want them to go. There was a lot of fanfare. We still all respected Sega. We still all love Sega. They never did this. What Microsoft is doing, bro. They never did this shit before we stopped making consoles. We're putting our games on other platforms. You see what I'm saying? They went down fighting. And I just, them going the way of Sega is almost a disrespect to what happened with Sega because it's not the exact way they went down. They didn't stop. They kept trying to fight and they just couldn't win. Xbox, they lost a long time ago and they're fucking like a zombie. They won't fucking stop walking around your house.
Say one thing, they for whatever reason, might be through their marketing, their brainwashing, their fan base is way more dedicated than Sega's fan base. They just have a more passionate fan base on about the Xbox brand
Oh,
than Sega ever did.
definitely.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Reason.
Yeah, they definitely do.
No, they don't.
They.
Sega fan base. Sega really didn't have the fan base. They just had all the casuals, right?
Let me put it this way, bro. The Xbox
they never had
fanboys
that
is
fan.
fucking crazy. Phil Spencer could
Like,
say,
they were always.
yeah, Phil Spencer could say anything, and there would be a massive amount of change in the community of Xbox. Dead serious. We just saw it this week. Phil Spencer said some dumb shit, and in that day, motherfuckers started to echo the same shit he said. But the week before,
we support cross-gen, all this stuff.
yeah, but the week before, they're waiting for the July event to get exclusives. Now it doesn't fucking matter.
And that's back and forth. Because I'm like, I heard first party don't matter because, exclusives don't matter because we play more third parties as well, right? That's what they said? Can I ask you something? But excluding Microsoft's setup, what kind of games usually do first party studios make for consoles? It's exclusives, correct?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So why they getting hyped about new studios if the exclusives don't matter?
Yeah, exactly. That's what somebody was saying yesterday in the stream. It's like, if they don't matter, then why the fuck do you care?
And why do you care if they have more studios than PlayStation? Because hold on. First off, if a third party is all that matters and exclusives don't matter, my nigga, then why the fuck do you even care if there's an Xbox in general? If third party is all that matters, then you shouldn't be. If PlayStation has all the same games, why you don't have a PlayStation?
Exactly.
I'm just lost because everything they say I could break down and just make them have to think. Like, oh shit!
That's
like
what
if
I'm
you
saying.
ask me why
If you
PlayStation,
see
I can tell you.
Halo, if you see Halo, I don't expect you to get fucking excited.
Me?
No, I'm just saying, if any of the Xbox fans see Halo, they shouldn't get excited. It's not exclusive.
No,
why would you even
that's
get
Halo.
excited and say, oh, well, you need an Xbox? No, I can let's say
Oh,
I
no.
want to build a PC over the course of 4 years. Each year I sink maybe $400 into a PC and make a beastly PC, right? Over the course of 4 years to get ready to migrate and play every single Xbox game on computer. I could do that. I don't have to buy a fucking Xbox. Like nobody has to buy Xbox for any of their games. So you don't have to. If you want to, you can, but you don't have to anymore because it's on another platform. On PlayStation, you know where Spider-Man can be played. It can't be played on Xbox or PC.
I'm just laughing, bro, at this point. 'Cause I'm like, people was like, why you always talking about Xbox? Here's a better question. Why the fuck y'all not talking about Xbox if this your console of choice? Like, speak up, because I see more PlayStation dudes stick up for Xbox this gen than they did. And I remember at the beginning of this gen, they were trying to tell PlayStation ponies, y'all got to demand better, to the point where Shuya Yoshida came out and said, yes, we have to do better. Then 2016 happened. All went selling.
Yeah.
Then 2017 happened. I think Xbox was dead at that point. Because all they had was the Xbox One X. And when it failed to beat the Star Wars 2 bundle, the Call of Duty World War 2 bundle, what else game was 2? Destiny 2. When all of that happened for PlayStation, at that point, I was like, Xbox is going to die this holiday season. And it did. That was the worst year ever. 2018, nothing changed. God of War happened. Spider-Man happened.
So what year do you think, this is a question for you, Spartan, what year do you think they just gave up? They said,
Microsoft?
fuck it. Yeah, Xbox. The Xbox division.
November 22nd, 2013.
2013? You think they gave up in the beginning?
On launch. They gave up on launch. You said what time? Why I really think they gave up?
Yeah, why did they give up? Why did they give up then?
Okay.
Because that's early.
Okay. I think they gave up then because they knew, like, everybody expected the Xbox to lead this generation. That's incorrect. Everybody expected them to be an even matchup again because of how it ended last gen. I think they gave up because they thought, like, okay, at this point, Sony started to reveal shit like Destiny and all of that. When you got the partnership right now with an ex-Halo developer right now, that looks away. That's basically like PlayStation's Halo in a way. Destiny, even though it's on Xbox.
Yes, a lot of people did not understand that shit. That was a huge...
There, I know, and that Call of Duty Ghost, thing, they started to realize from the early onset there was no way to spin Xbox being better than PlayStation. That's why they was like, we have better games and everything. The Connect thing, nobody gave a fuck. So it came down to, you can't say, oh, PlayStation Online sucked because it wasn't having a hacking issue for years. After they fixed it on PS3, they have that issue. It went down in 2014 or 2015, one of those years. That was a movie hacking. That wasn't Sony PlayStation.
Oh, yeah.
So I think they gave up in the beginning.
Yeah.
They gave up in the beginning because there was no way for them to beat them. And I think they tried again. They started back up when 2015. E3 2015 when they announced backwards compatibility. I think they started back then. And then they noticed the end of that year, they was like, we have the best lineup in Xbox history, which is a lot of 2007 was. When they had Fallout 4, Resident Evil 2 Raider, Forza, Halo 5, right? They thought all of that quantity would beat PlayStation. All PlayStation did was bundle the Star Wars bundle.
Oh, yeah.
Call of Duty Black Ops 3 bundle. And then they had the Nathan Drake collection.
I remember that. They beat them.
Slaughtered them.
Exactly. They beat them with nothing but bundles. I remember that shit.
And I remember the tweets when January came where you saw PlayStation 4 sold 5.7 million within just 23 days. I was like, bro.
Yeah.
Not even a full month. Right? I think they gave up then as well. Then, as you know, at E3 2016, they announced the Xbox One S. And remember, before that, they had the specs leak for the PS4, the Neo, which would look weaker because the Xbox, the Scorpio, the specs were higher. So they walked in there with confidence. They announced the S, and then at the end, announced the Scorpio, Project Scorpio, coming next year. They had so much flair and everything, so much cockiness after that showing. So, they had Forza on Horizon 3, and the Xbox One started selling more than PlayStation because of the Blu-ray player.
Yep.
They started to get cockiness until the Pro came out. It's like Microsoft gave up and continued, and then gave up again. So they gave up then. Then I believe when the Xbox One X came out, if it were just Xbox and PlayStation and not the Switch, I think they would have just gave up entirely. When the Xbox One X did not outsell the PlayStation in that November 2017 MPD, I think that just crushed them at the point was like, okay, we're just giving up.
Yeah.
Uh,
They're chasing the dragon that they can't catch
right.
I think they thought that if they did have, and I think a lot of people saw this, if they thought that they could rekindle the argument of having the most powerful console, that they could win. That's not what it was about.
Right, and that's not it, Jay, because remember what you said they gave up? Look, they gave up then, but remember the very next month when the Switch sold the most and the Xbox One X sold more than the PlayStation, they was quick to say, oh, look, they lost.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Then, E3 2018, at the end, we're working on our next-gen consoles. Bro, your console just came out not 7 months ago. And you already saw what the next ones? They gave up. Finally, they gave up. Right then and there. When the NPD ended in December, for November 2017, they gave up then. That was it. Have you noticed? After that, they didn't talk about the Xbox One X no more. They don't call it by name no more until they started to talk about Series X. They haven't talked about the Xbox One X since, in detail, since 2017.
That was the one where he put the chip in his mouth, right?
Yeah.
Right. That was it. That was it. They gave up this gen when the NPD came that they lost. And I think Sony noticed that because right then when that happened, Sony started reporting NPD numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they were winning, they didn't even switch. So Sony just started reporting numbers. So I think they gave up the day in November 2017 NPD numbers was revealed, and I think that was December 16th. Exactly.
You're on to something, but I always look at 2015 as the year that they were like. That was the one when they gave up that I know that they gave up, but I won't
Games
disagree.
On PC?
Yeah. And that was 2015.
That's what
but
says.
I won't say that these other times they did try to bounce back because they did, but it was just they didn't make a dent like they wanted to. The most important one. Maybe I can move it from 2015 to 2017 would definitely be the Xbox One. The Xbox One X. They really wanted to strike gold with that. They wanted to have the most powerful console, and they wanted people to buy the most powerful console, and that shit did not happen. Shit, it didn't even happen with the Xbox One S with the 4K Blu-ray player. I forgot what year that was. Was that 2014?
That was 2016.
16. Okay. Yep. It didn't even happen then.
That didn't work. That didn't work because people were saying, "Oh, how Sony sells 4K." Well, they was the leader in the Blu-ray market, which they really are. Sony is 80-something% on majority, and that, yeah. So they want to sell their own Blu-ray player, which you don't know. Sony has the top Blu-ray player in the world. All Sony did was enable coding for 4K upscaling, which with the Blu-ray player and the Xbox One S and X are. That's not native 4K. That's not a full-on 4K Blu-ray player. It's just upscales. So all Sony did was add it to the media player. There you go, right there. You can watch your movies in 4K.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's all they do is take away from Microsoft at this point. I think it's funny because Microsoft has the money and they're a software company. Sony, the things Microsoft does hardware-wise, Sony implements later on in software, and it performs the same.
Yeah.
And I found that funny to me, HDR.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about next. It's not on the topics, but I think it's a very important thing to talk about in the gaming community.
What are you eating, Porker?
I'm eating pork chops made out of pork.
Hold on, bro. Fucking God, we had.
So, what I wanted to ask, this is really important. I think a lot of people should talk about this. You have all that power, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's up with the VR?
Choking on it.
Okay, so yeah, what's up with the VR? They're talking about they're not doing it because there's still no game left behind. But
Leaving all the
you
VR
have,
behind.
you have, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. The Xbox One S has a boost in GPU frequency and a CPU clock, right? The bandwidth also is a little upgraded. It can run PSVR, I mean VR in general, but it won't look as nice. They could run VR on that. The reason they won't want to because it's going to look worse in VR. They don't want the reputation to be spoiled. That's why they didn't do it.
I'm
Don't
just
say
fucking
they were
choked
talking
on
about
some
it's
fucking
not
soda.
fun.
I'm good though.
Is it orange soda?
Yeah, it was orange soda. How do you know? God damn it.
Because that shit happened to me too.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. So what were you saying, man? I almost fucking died.
I was saying, Marcus, the Xbox One S itself, like the X, not the X, the S, the one from 2014, it can run VR because it has upscale clocks. Like the GPU clock of it is the same as PS4 Pro. The CPU is updated, but bandwidth is not increased. That's the thing you want. That's going to clean up your image, the bandwidth, the resolution.
So
that's the problem.
You think they
it's
fixed
going to
that
look
with
worse.
the Xbox Series X?
You see that they have 2 memory split bus, like 320 bus, but the bandwidth itself is 560 for 10 gigs, and then 6 for 336. Now, that tells me that that's more than the PS4 Pro, and that's more than the Xbox One X. So if that's the case, that means that, and its lowest amount of RAM, the Xbox Series X can run VR. Perfectly fine. That means that the Xbox One X can run VR in general. They can run VR, bro. They just don't want to do it.
So, wouldn't this be an advantage if they could play Half-Life Alyx or show off that Half-Life Alyx is running on the Xbox Series X in the next 2 weeks at their event?
Wouldn't that be smart to do? Because they already Valve don't like Microsoft.
Exactly. I just
don't
understand why they have all this power, but they still won't dabble with VR. And Phil, on stage at E3, made the promise that they were going to dive into VR because of the power of the Xbox One X. Now you have the Xbox Series X, more powerful than the Xbox One X, and you won't dabble in the VR. It's a question that, when I'm on Six podcast, when I'm on Thrash's podcast, I'm going to ask them that next time. Like, what is up with Microsoft avoiding VR? Like, it
Sick
is...
will give you the answer.
Huh?
Sick will give you the answer. King Thrash don't give a fuck about VR.
I know. And, I'm not a VR guy either, but I find it funny that even though I don't care about VR, obviously I got tons of games that got VR support. Gran Turismo. Dreams is going to have it on the 22nd. I have, I think, what is it, Wipeout. All of the games have 60 frames per second option, or a frame rate option, by the way.
Dreams?
Yeah, Dreams has a frame rate option, but it's not locked at 60.
No, VR, they're going to have
that VR.
For VR.
The VR shit in Dreams is about to be crazy, because that's unlimited content for a VR person. If you love VR, I would tell your ass to get Dreams. You will never have to wait for a next game. But yeah, man, no support. Didn't they have support though? It was like a VR viewer on the Xbox.
That's the Oculus.
Oh, that's what it was. The Oculus viewer. Okay.
That was for Oculus.
But you could only view it. It wasn't like viewing a video on your PlayStation VR where you're right there. It's like you were kind of like in a hallway viewing the video. It wasn't the same as viewing it. It was a weird way they did it.
Don't think the motherfuckers are escaping any type of criticism. What is up with Nintendo?
Nintendo what?
Like, where are they? Like, with their
I thought you was about to talk about that sexual harassment shit, because they had a lot of that shit going on.
I'm not even going to speak on that, bro. Nintendo going to get away with everything.
Yeah, I know, right?
Their party chat, they don't have it in the Switch and all of that shit. Because we can't rag on Xbox for shit. where all of that support that they have, the Switch has a processor in it that's really capable of all of that, where they don't need that much RAM support. So I don't know why Switch never had that. I don't know why Nintendo hasn't announced nothing for an upgrade to the Switch when we got two systems coming out with SSD and everything. What they gotta do? Keep making Mario games and all that shit? Where are they new IPs as well? Like I know we're gonna have like what's the fucking game Metroid and all of that, but I think Nintendo need to go beyond and above too, because that cartoon shit it was good for like say for our parents and even us growing up, but it's time for them to grow the fuck up.
Let me be honest with you. They won't. It is time, but they won't. And you want to know why they
They won't
won't?
do it.
Because they made so
Why?
much fucking money without growing up this gen with the Switch. And
Well,
they
grew
saw
up.
that
That's a
even
lot of
with, they
mature
saw,
games.
yeah, they saw with even weaker graphics and not demanding, you know, visuals and shit like that, features, that people still gonna buy our shit if we have a gimmick. And their gimmick right now is handheld portability.
On the go.
And they are the kings of handhelds. I don't know why they haven't tried this shit sooner.
What,
They would have
the hybrid shit?
Huh?
The hybrid shit with like
Yeah,
Switch?
the hybrid shit.
Too much money. Too much money they would have. You see, the reason why the PS Vita for the memory shit, like memory wasn't cheap back then, because remember we was in a recession in 2008,
A lot of people don't say
and the market fully didn't recover. So Sony was right to charge for them shits, because even Seagate and all them other Samsung and all this shit wasn't cheap as well. So I get it, but yeah, you see the Vita was like almost the power of the PS3, but Nintendo likes cheap shit, so they might as well put out something cheap and make as much money as they can. So yeah, it would have cost too much back in the days for Nintendo. So that's why they didn't try it sooner. Sony could have did it, but then again, consoles is like their specialty, so there was no reason for them not to. Microsoft should have did it, however, because they would have actually. I think Microsoft would have did the best at this. The Switch hybrid shit like that. I think Microsoft would have did good with that.
Yeah.
Because they go with like the Surface, like the laptops and all the keyboard shit. Microsoft would have finessed this design, and I know they would, because they've been good in hardware. But yeah, I don't know why they never tried to ship sooner. Well, they fucked up. Oh well.
Yeah, I hope that look, Nintendo, if they was to come into the current generation of power, or even next generation, they could strike gold. They could still make kiddie looking games with better resolution and frame rates, maybe even more details. They can't lie and say they don't care, because they put stitching on Mario's overalls and they put gene patterns on his overalls sometimes. They put more shine on his buttons, so I don't want to hear that they don't have to do that when they fucking do it anyway. Did the same thing with Link, when, you saw Twilight Princess was the most realistic looking Link, with more attention to detail on his outfit and armor and shit. It's just stupid to me when the Nintendo fans say they don't have to do that to sell shit, but they've been dabbling in that detail,
That game was fucking awesome, man. I'm
Twilight
sorry
Princess.
to interrupt, but yes, bro. When I saw that, I was like,
Yeah.
I gotta get this shit.
Yeah.
Day one.
And it's like,
Yes.
hey, but they got enough casuals and they got enough diehard fans that don't care about that shit, so they feel that they are alright. It's the message you send to a company, and that's sometimes what they follow, especially with Xbox.
That's exactly like Microsoft. Yeah,
Yep.
like they said, vote for your wallets, and you're not buying
If
the
you're
games.
not
so
buying shit with
Microsoft
your
stopped
wallets,
making
they
them.
think that shit's a failure, and they're not going to create it for you no more. If
Right, so that's why I said,
Halo
don't blame
flops,
them.
right, if it does worse than the other Halo, Halo 4 and 5, bro,
Hell
I
no.
don't know what's
Hell
going to
no, they
happen.
not stuff.
Because look what happened with Gears. They were hyping that shit up. The fans, Microsoft themselves were hyping up Gears 5 in the same fashion as Halo Infinite. Maybe more. Because it's been a lot of radio silence for Halo Infinite. I hope they can deliver. I want competition again. I don't want them to fail. Nobody, not me. You know, I don't want Xbox to leave. I want them to fight. You know, I
They're
want
not
them to
gonna.
fight so their fanboys don't sound so stupid trying to defend every fucking mistake they make.
I'm still gonna kill them though in debate stuff, so it don't
Oh,
make
I
no fucking
know.
sense.
That's
I
still
mean,
gonna
like
happen.
I know more about Xbox than they do. Like they be trying to talk about shit, bro. I know software shits and tricks in the Xbox that y'all don't know about, bro, to get like free online and all that shit. But I'm not telling you because, well, you don't like to buy shit on Xbox, so there's no need for me to tell you. So,
Self-exposure.
what you mean?
Fraudulent. Talking about them. They're probably no, not you. I'm talking about them. Like they're probably just dudes that just hopped on recently. Like you said, they don't know the history, not aware of certain things.
Bro, most of them
It's like
motherfuckers don't even know what Blue Dragon is or Lost Odyssey,
Most of
or
them don't even
they
know
don't
where the
even.
name came
They,
from,
I guarantee you, most of them never even played the first Saints Row, let alone the second one.
bro. Most of them don't even know how it became the name Xbox. But they was want to talk about DirectX 12. I'll be like, bro, how did they get the name Xbox? I don't know. You just said DirectX, but don't know how they got his name. Like you'll be
what is that? The
surprised how many
API?
people. What? Yes, the DirectX.
Oh,
That's the API for Windows,
right.
for Xbox as well, Windows. But the funny thing is, that's how they got his name. It was Direct Xbox, and they just dropped the Direct. Notice right now for all the marketing for the Series X, you have Direct Machine Learning, Direct X Ray Tracing, with a Direct Storage. Like they
Good
just put
point.
Direct in everything.
What about that that other one they came out with last week?
What?
The direct failure? You didn't hear about that one?
Oh my God!
Came out with that one
Pointing
last
your
week.
own direct.
I like that one. Or I love this one. Direct Spencer. You know, that one feel that's what they got in the office for Phil.
Transparency.
You know.
I actually like that one, Direct Spencer. But yeah, so to me, it's like people don't know this they console at
Hey,
all, and then they
are
talk
we
so much
gonna
shit.
add next week how old Phil Spencer is getting before their Series X event? Because he looks
Yeah,
he looks worse.
old,
I
bro.
saw him today. He looks like he's getting worse. You know, he's not
It
like
is
sick
too
or
much
anything,
stress.
but it's a lot of stress on this dude.
Oh no,
He
that nigga's sick.
he can't
The
even
stress is
color his
sickness.
hair right anymore, bro. Like that shit is like white right there. Like you can't even hide that shit anymore. I blame Sam, bro. I blame that motherfucker.
No, I blame himself. Stop fucking pandering to a bunch of people.
I know,
Like
bro.
how you like it's like an adult giving instructions to children, which is they supposed to do, and you trying to be the kids' friends instead of them listening to you. No, you don't be nobody's friend if you're a businessman. I'm not your friend. You work for me in a way. What I want in gaming, you ought to provide. If you provide, I give you money. That's the setup. He trying to be friendly and all of
There
that
you
shit.
go.
And when he can't keep promises, then they don't come for him for that. That's why he continues to do it.
Do you
That's
do
like
you
abuse in a way.
understand? You just explained the relationship of
What's up, man?
a drug addict and a drug dealer, and what they don't do. You know what I'm saying? What they don't do. There's no buddy shit, bro. You buy the drugs, and they're good. As simple as that. You can't just say, hey, let me get the drugs. I'll pay you back in 8 weeks. And you keep holding off and holding off. Nah, bro. I just think that the Xbox fans are not pissed off enough at the other metaphor right here, by the way. Microsoft is the pimp. Microsoft is the boyfriend. And there's two girls. There's PC and there's Xbox. But PC is getting a lot more attention. So, Xbox is running around with PC most of all the time over the last 2-3 years. And the Xbox fans, they don't seem to be upset with that at all. They seem to be encouraging Xbox to do more things the way of the PC. That right there is what I don't understand. How are the Xbox fans pissed off at PlayStation people, which are not even in the fucking room, but you're not upset at the PC people that are manipulating and changing the way that you play games and the type of games you get and the business models that you used to know about? All that shit's out the window now. Phil Spencer is in bed with PC and he looks like he might be marrying that motherfucker. Hey, man, people tried telling y'all. Y'all just didn't listen. And now you're up here making excuses for every little fuck up that happens, or anything Phil Spencer says. You have to fucking change your fucking whole opinion of gaming because he said something.
Ew.
So as soon as Phil Spencer says something, then you agree with him. So you basically agreed this week that exclusives are bad for gaming. What happened?
What do you think of Phil's new beer belly?
How big is it getting?
Got a little chunkier, but he's not like Aaron Greenberg levels of obese yet.
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna be that big. No, I think that like Spartan said, it's definitely gonna be a lot of stress. It's gonna be tons of fucking stress. I mean, he's trying to make a whole community happy, and happy enough to continue to buy into their ecosystem, which, Game Pass, games with gold, I don't see people stop paying for that. But they are trying to see if they can get more people to buy their system. That's the ultimate goal going into a new generation. Or at the middle of this generation, they wanted people to buy their system more than the competitors. But that just was never going to happen. You never gave real gamers, once they opened their eyes from what happened last gen, when people really opened their eyes to what gaming is really about, and Sony made that shit happen, nobody went back to Xbox. If you guys notice how history went out. Like, when the PS3 made its comeback and everybody understood what gaming was all about, nobody could be tricked by Xbox ever again. I don't think Microsoft even understands that. That people woke up. At the end of that gen, 2013 as well, people woke up and they could never be tricked by Xbox again. So if you were wondering why no matter what Microsoft tried to do this gen, they just could not win, people weren't stupid anymore. Gamers were more mature. They were more educated about what was going on. And they had never allowed themselves to be tricked by somebody like Microsoft. Ever. I mean, I know everybody sitting here there's no way that Xbox could tell you some stupid shit and you sit there and believe them. There's no way. Exclusives are bad for consumers. You gonna believe that? Exclusives are bad for you? Why are exclusives bad? Let me know. Why are they bad? I mean, at this point, I think Xbox should kind of wrap it up. Announce that they're not going to pursue creating any more consoles. All their games are going to be on all platforms. Game Pass is going to be on every fucking platform. And I think they can make a ton of money. But the way it is now, they're trying to get people to buy hardware that nobody's stupid enough to buy from them. I just don't think they're ever going to be successful. Maybe they get even more lazier when they make games for all platforms. Who knows? Sega did that. I mean, at first Sega was doing some alright shit, but every now and then Sega really just, it looks like they're about to just fucking go bankrupt anyway. I think acquiring Atlas was their best thing they ever did. People, they do get tired of Sonic. I mean, I get tired of Sonic, but I just hope that Xbox just can add some new tricks. Everybody knows all your old tricks. Add something new, and then I think people will give you their money and they'll buy your new console. Give them something new, not features. Give them some new games. I'm gonna put the game that I think that can bring people back over there. So that's my game. Right here. Let me see. Anything else? I think that's pretty much it. Their Xbox, as far as I'm concerned, weren't really known for much. Crackdown used to be one of my favorite games, the first one. But after what they did with part 3 and part 2, I can't ever sit up there and talk to Xbox fan and say, hey, Crackdown is good, because the first one was good, but the other two were bad. And what was funny, the first one, people didn't acknowledge how good it was because it came with a Halo 3 beta online demo or something, and that's the only reason why people paid for Crackdown, the first game. So nobody paid for Crackdown because they were interested in the game. They were paying for it so they could play more Halo. So nobody ever knows how good the first one was. But if they could go back and recapture some glory from the first Crackdown, I would put Crackdown on that list. But I think Banjo-Kazooie and Fable are a good start. Forza is always going to be a great game. There's no way they can fuck that game up. Yeah. And I'm talking about the first Fable. That's the thing too. Like, the first Banjo was really good. All the other ones not so much. Fable 1, really good. All the other ones not so much. Crackdown 1, good. The other ones not so much. It's like the first game of the IPs that they own are good, but except for Halo, 2 and 3 were also good. But they can't, like, once they continue to make the games, they get worse and worse and worse through time. There's never a point like with God of War where they can make a new version of that game better than the first two. 1, 2, and 3 for God of War were good, though, by the way. Ascensions, not so much. I like the handheld versions, but I don't think a lot of people got a chance to play those games. They were really good. Yeah, Ascension was the only bad God of War, though, by the way. Yeah, that was the only bad one. Ratchet and Clank, from what I remember, there weren't that many bad ones. I like Quest for Booty, Tools of Destruction was good. I played Ratchet and Clank 1 on a PSP, I believe. It was remastered. Yeah, I don't think Ratchet and Clank was bad. But it's always good for a game to take a break, but not take too long of a break. The games I named, they've been asleep forever. Fable, Banjo-Kazooie, whew, they've been gone for a long time. Almost up there with Crash Bandicoot. Probably longer than that. With Banjo-Kazooie. So, I don't know, man. They were to ever bring these games back, who would they get to create these games? Would they still be good? I think they got to start somewhere, though. And these are two familiar faces. These are probably the most familiar faces on Xbox, even though you don't think so. Banjo-Kazooie, Fable. Name recognition with Banjo-Kazooie. Fable, name recognition as well. Everybody knows Fable. Even if you don't bring back a new Fable, you should definitely start a remake of the original Fable. Same thing with Banjo-Kazooie. If you don't want to get somebody to make a new version of Banjo-Kazooie, make a remake. A ground-up remake for your new system. So, I mean, it's never too late. Look what happened with Crash Bandicoot. Look what happened with Spyro the Dragon. They made amazing remakes or reimagining, and they looked amazing. If they can do it, you can do it. You got the funds. I just don't think there's enough people to care about Xbox doing good. They care about Xbox beating PlayStation. They don't care about Xbox doing good and making a comeback. You can't run before you walk. You just can't. It's impossible. And they're trying to run to a goal that they haven't even fucking acknowledged their problems yet. The July event is gonna fix everything. That's what I've been hearing from the Xbox community. If we have this July event, if it's good, it'll fix everything. We'd be back on top. It's not that easy, man. I'm telling you, if you're an Xbox fan, you need to understand right now that July event, it's not going to fix everything that's wrong with Xbox right now. I mean, you'd be stupid if you think so. I'm excited to see what they're going to show us at that July event. I hope that they only show 20% of third-party games, and the rest of them will be first-party games. But if they show like 50 to 60% of third-party games, that's an automatic fail for me. I do expect the show will start with Halo Infinite. I don't see no reason why it shouldn't. It shouldn't be at the end of the show. It should not be in the middle of the show. They need to start the show off with Halo Infinite. Everything else, I don't care. Maybe put Forza in the middle of the show, just in case the games after Halo Infinite look weak. Put Forza in the middle. At the end, let's say if you had if you had Banjo-Kazooie or you had a remake for Fable, put that shit at the very end. A very loud crowd pleaser. But if you don't have anything to end the show with a bang, probably put Forza at the end of the show and put Halo at the beginning of the show. And if the meat of the show in the middle is just boring bullshit, then it's okay. But at least you have Halo in the beginning and Forza at the end as a wow factor to the show. I mean, again, the show is not a Halo show. It's supposed to be an Xbox game showcase. They're supposed to be showing multiple games, letting us know why we should invest in the next generation of Xbox. If they can't give us a good showcase of why they believe we should buy Xbox Series X this holiday season, there's no reason for why Xbox One fanboys should go out and buy that system. They have to definitively let you know this is what we have. This is how it's going to play. This is how it's going to look. And this is why you want to play it. And you can only play it here. That's the shit they got to tell us. That's the shit they got to tell you. It's 5:46. I'm actually taking questions after this last statement. If the Xbox July event is a failure, I don't want to hear an Xbox fan say wait until anything. I don't give a fuck if you say wait until tomorrow. I don't want to hear it. If the Xbox July event is a failure, don't tell me to wait for the next Xbox event of anything. I don't care when it is, it's over. We all agreed, the whole gaming community, the gaming industry, we have all agreed this is the point where Xbox really has to hammer it down why you need this system. Or why you should stay with us. If they can't do that in 2 weeks, there's a fucking problem. And I have no more small ideas on how to fix it. I'm going to take questions now. We got 13 minutes. I'm going to spend some time with you guys. Let me go switch over so we can see all the comments. I want to thank the 30-something people that have been here. I know a lot of people were streaming today and Ubisoft had their event and shit, but I do want to thank the people that have been here. I think I'm going to probably buy a $20 PSN card, do a random giveaway this week, so look out for that. Because there's a lot of sales going on, so that $20 goes a longer way. Like I said, I picked up Ni no Kuni for $15. It's definitely a good game. Really, really good game. Actually, after this, I'm going to hook my pro mode back up and get back on Twitch and start streaming that shit again. Unless you guys want to see it over here, but yeah, I'm about to go play a really, really good Japanese RPG. Any questions? Anything you guys need to say, let me know. Oh, by the way, let me go leave my rating for the event. So I'm giving a Ubisoft event a 4 out of 10. And the only reason why it even has a 4 is because of the Far Cry 6 cinematic trailer that I didn't understand but was very well done. Also, the screenshots added to that. So maybe I can give it a 5. A 5 out of 10. Everything else was just fucking horrible. You know, next gen starts in a few months, and you're still showing us current gen games. I'm cool with that, bro. You can go somewhere else with that, Ubisoft. We need to know what you can take advantage. What you can do with this new hardware, if you can take advantage of it. Ubisoft, I'm hard on these guys because last gen they bitched about not having enough power with Assassin's Creed, and that being the reasons why Assassin's Creed didn't look so well on a PS3. Then Uncharted 2 and 3 came out. Then The Last of Us came out. Then God of War 3 came out. And they didn't say shit. They believed that the Wii U was going to be the most powerful system last gen, and it wasn't. That's why I don't fucking like Ubisoft. They lie too fucking much. They bitched about power last gen. They got all this power this gen. They still not doing good. They're getting a ton more power next gen, and you see they're not even trying to take advantage of it. It's a lot of competition in the gaming race. If you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, if you can't produce good games, maybe you should shut the fuck up. Stop asking for power that you're not going to fucking use. They are current gen games. Okay, I already know. It's a 0 out of 10 for me, Andre. Fuck Ubisoft. They didn't show Beyond Good and Evil 2. Oh my god, I forgot that. I forgot about that game, bro. Damn, bro. They didn't show Skull and Bones, the little pirate ship game that they showed off a few years ago. God damn, Ubisoft. Thank the people that's been here. God damn, Ubisoft. Let me see. I don't understand why people expected next gen. These games were all built for this gen. No, I didn't expect it, but I expected at least something showing off on next gen technology. At least one game. Give me one game. Show me that if you make another dumbass statement of what you can't fucking do, there's no reason that you blame the hardware anymore. You have to blame yourself. When you put like fucking 100 playable characters in your fucking game, expect shit to go wrong. You know? Nobody fucking asked you to make a fucking game like that. The game was revealed in 2018, and it's probably been in development since 2016. Yeah, Andre, that does suck, because I saw some gameplay for Beyond Good and Evil 2, and I thought it looked pretty damn good, and it's sad to see they're not talking about it. They said they're going to have another event later this year, so maybe it'll be a next-gen event. But I think that if they wanted to talk about next gen, this was the perfect time to start. I am hyped for Skull and Bones for Ubisoft to me. Okay. Andre. By now, if that game is not canceled, they should just make it a next gen game. Yeah, bro. I agree. I mean, I think they want to make as much money off of the install base that is the biggest, and that would be like, you know, PS4, Xbox One. There are a lot of people that own those systems right now, so I guess they still want to show that they have support for those communities, because the future isn't written in stone, you know, anything could happen. Fucking viruses and all this other crazy shit going on in the world. So it makes sense. We got 7 minutes, guys. Any questions, any statements you want to say? I'm reading them off right now. If you like the content that we produced today, I know we didn't have all our members. I'm still, to this very moment, waiting for Adam. He was very excited about the Ubisoft conference today, or whatever the fuck they did. I was hoping to hear his opinion. Maybe I'll hear it tomorrow or something. But I know he was missing, and a few others. I don't know where they're at. But again, I'm grateful for Boca Loca showing up and Spartan God. Thank you guys for popping in today. When do you think the next God of War is coming out? I think it could, at the earliest, it could be shown off. Could be shown off next month, or it could be shown off next year, and then it'll probably come out in 2022 or 2023. But if I know the freedom that the Sony first-party devs have, I would say that Corey is probably working on a game that is not God of War, and I'm okay with that. Again, you gotta let these guys have that freedom, take a little break from what they know and love, and maybe they'll come back to that series with better skills. So, you know, I mean, I don't mind getting multiple God of Wars in a row, but you know, if they want to work on something else, that's cool too. Yeah, fucking Grand Theft Auto 5 is on every fucking thing, bro. Except for a Nintendo system. That's sad, isn't it? Damn, bro. That game been out across 3 different generations now, and it's still not on a Nintendo system. Yeah, Corey looks like he's heading towards another game. And Neil Druckmann also looked like he was heading towards another game, not a Last of Us 3. However, if you see the money you made off of Last of Us 2, and Corey sees the money he made off of God of War, you will be kind of silly not to work on the next one, because it made you so much money. Obviously, people want to buy the next installment, so it's a little crazy. You can make the next installment before people forget about it, and then a lot of people buy that next installment, or you could take your time and work on another game, bring it back, and maybe people forget about it, but then they remember it, and then they get really, really hyped and buy it more than they, or like it more than they remember. It's kind of like the God of War 3. God of War 3 was really, really good. Ascensions was bad. They took a break, came back, then we got God of War in 2018. It's kind of like a new experience. People loved it more than they loved 3. So, we'll see. Sometimes it's good to take a break. And that's a break from anything. Me too, Andre. I want to, but we still can't go in the Bloodshot. What is it, Blood Burger or the Bloodshot Burger? I'm pissed off we can't rob that restaurant. I think that we should have always been able to go into that restaurant and rob it. But we're stuck robbing gas stations and liquor stores, which is bullshit. So when they make a new Grand Theft Auto that you can actually go in a majority of the buildings and rob people, I'll probably go back. But Grand Theft Auto 5 is a PS3 360 game. There's nothing else you can fucking do that I would want to go play that game again. If you can't make more buildings accessible, then fuck it. I'm not buying that shit anymore. Tired of that. Fuck that dumb shit. That's what I want to know. Where is Grand Theft Auto 6? What y'all need to tell all your casual friends to get the fuck off of Grand Theft Auto 5. Stop giving them fucking money via shark cards. And then maybe they understand that people are ready to move on. But as long as people keep paying for Grand Theft Auto 5 or playing Grand Theft Auto 5, they'll never feel that you guys want to move on to the next installment. And I'm being real about that. It's the only reason why that game came out on 3 different platforms. 3 different generations. Because you guys just don't stop playing it. Damn it! Rune. Motherfucker, you playing it right now?
Oh, he's just playing it. He's not, I guess, doing online.
Yeah, he's not supporting it. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, I did support that shit with a couple shark cards this gen. Because I wanted some clothes or some shit. But that was like 2 fucking times. Fucking Adam Moore. Say, Sam, where the fuck is Adam at? Oh, He can't. He backed out. Wish I knew where fucking Adam was. Shit. I don't. At this point, I don't even give a fuck where it comes. I don't care when it comes out. I don't give a fuck where it's set. Just allow us to go into more buildings. I've been thinking about this since Grand Theft Auto 3, bro. There were so many buildings I would love to go inside, and we couldn't go inside, man. I definitely want to have a deeper discussion on open world games for next-gen consoles, and allowing us to do more. You know? We already can jump inside of every vehicle. I don't really care about that. I'm talking about, you know, going into multiple buildings, having them accessible. It's kind of like if you were to remaster Saints Row 2, it would be a better game than Grand Theft Auto 5. Why? Because you can go into the university. You can go to the second floor, no loading screens. You can go into your hideout, 2 floors, no loading screens. You can go into multiple buildings with no loading screens at all. Just walk through them. Detail, tables, chairs, all that shit. Burgers. There's a mall. There's a underground mall and there's a normal mall on Saints Row 2. They even got a train metro station. You know, it's just you gotta. I don't know, man. You can do more. Rockstar sometimes they just very lazy, and a lot of us allow them to be lazy. But it's 6 o'clock now. I want you guys to have a great Sunday. I'm going back to playing Ni no Kuni. I'm going to be on Twitch. If you want to see the process that is me playing a Japanese RPG, which I'm pretty damn good at, I will be on Twitch right after this. Probably give me 15 minutes. So, you know, about 6:15. I'm going to go hook everything up and switch the fuck over. I'm going to be streaming it on Twitch with the pro mode. So it will be 60 frames per second. I will see you guys over there. Everybody have a great Sunday. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow for streaming. I don't know if we have any news next week. I mean, you know, big news coming out next week outside of, what is it, Ghost of Tsushima. Before I go, let's see what the time is for that. The time for Ghost of Tsushima is 4 days and 5 hours. So, Ghost of Tsushima comes out in 4 days and 5 hours. I'll see you guys in 4 days and 5 hours on that game. I will be playing it on YouTube day 1. As soon as I wake the fuck up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you guys for all the support. Drop a like or a dislike on your way out.